head right now. You want to place my only hope. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall to be over and over again. I'm barely breathing and breathing to the ground, but each and every time we all stand up. Stop like to yourself and me. True to yourself and that might be. We both can exit destiny. So let's shall it out. You will feel alone, but I'm right by your side. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall to be over and over again. Keep the flame alive. I want to see you here right now. You are the place my only hope. I know, I know, I know. Can we get one day? We spark like flowers in the sky. No matter where I'm by your side. I know, I know, I know. You and I, let's fly the souls that we're together. Can't feel my heartbeat, so take my hand to the tomorrow. Don't hold back a little bit, you give me strength and give me pain. To take the darkness, let's find it all in love. Sparks just like Hibana. Come, light up like Hibana.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to Tales of Arise. It's been a good, I guess, 5 years at this point, right? Since the last Tales game came out. I had to start on the opening because, you know, they're very important to the game. I feel like the anime opening is always a important tone setter for what we're doing. So yeah, I'm gonna be playing Tales of Arise all day today. As sort of a setup, I'll be letting the game do a good amount of the talking. I'm not gonna try to talk over too much of what's going on, but obviously not everything. At the same time, I'm damn excited for a new Tales game. I don't know that much about the setup we have here, other than our two main characters. I basically saw the first trailer for this game and went, okay, cool. I'm going to be buying this. I don't need more information. So I know there's at this point, all 6 of the main cast are known, and we saw them in the opening. But yeah. Let me know how everything looks, how everything seems, like audio-wise. I did some testing on the balance. Hopefully the bit rate is high enough for everything. So, yeah, glad everybody's here. Have a good time. We won't be touching this yet. There's a lot of... Okay, this game came with... I'll talk about this now before we start. This game has a couple different versions that come with different DLC. I ended up getting the Ultimate Edition that comes with all of the costume DLC. There's also, outside of the Ultimate Edition, there's a audio DLC bit that seemed way too expensive for what it is, but it's music from all the other Tales games that you can use in the game. But I want to let Arise's soundtrack play, so that can do its thing. And then there's a bunch of DLC that's like Vesperia had on release. It's like you can buy levels and experience, which is very silly to me. So, anyway, with all that, we got our Burning Coil sword here, which is, just hanging out. Let's start things up, and see you on the other side. Rosella, thank you very much for the sub. Alright. Oh, right. I already did all this. because I had to do graphics. We're doing full screen 920 1080 again. If things end up not being able to keep a frame rate, we'll just turn that down. Should be annoying, but whatever. It looked good when I did testing, so.
In ages long past, it was believed that Mother Dana was indestructible and everlasting. Rena, on the other hand, was thought to be the domain of the gods, a paradise where the souls of the departed could rest forevermore. Oh, how wrong we were. In the face of Rena's unimaginable technology, its soldiers, clad in huge, shining armor, and its fearsome beasts, known as Zeugles. The prosperity and bounty of Dana all but disappeared overnight. That was 300 years ago. The world of Dana fell under Renan rule, and its new masters split the land into 5 distinct realms. And now today, Orbis Calaglia, one of the Renan's 5 realms. It is ruled over by the tyrant Balsef, Lord of the Firemaster Corps. Unrelenting fire scorches this barren wasteland. Dust storms course over the rocks and crags, and no relief is to be found from the oppressive heat. The Danan people toil as slaves. Day after day they suffer, under the ruthless oppression of the Renan soldiers, with only one hope of escape. Death. Only in death is their agony finally brought to an end. They have forgotten what it means to be free. So complete is the Renan's domination.
Alright. Everything was great until space aliens showed up 300 years ago, enslaved everybody, and now the world is so awful. Everyone's dead, dying forever in this God Hand world. This looks like this is definitely a stage from God Hand. And then, but at the same time, we're ruled over by Orbis Balsef. Buddy, you just help push the barrel.
Hurry up!
Small
You
Dragon
call that
Quest
pushing?
child.
Put some back into it, embedded.
Do they have like X-spheres? Is that what the little thing on their hand is?
Iron Mask?
Why you?
Let me.
Huh. What is this? Some kind of slave support group? Mind your own business, you worthless! Alright, third squad! Time to regroup! Go on, get moving!
Giant barrel.
Hey, wait for me! Thank you, Iron Mask.
No
That's okay,
problem,
Cole.
kid.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Iron Mask, you're bleeding. We need to get you looked at by Doc.
That bad, huh? Better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Alright. Are we... Yep. Alright, so we can take a look around. So yeah, it's... There's a very funny dichotomy to me of, like, how this game's opening is going incredibly serious. Nope, your hand's fine. Yeah, their arm. Yeah, you got blood on it. But, like, also, this is a Tails game with Orbis Balsic as a. Orbis Calamitous?
Doc's gonna like what he sees.
Anyway. Let's go meet our unknown character here. Do I have... Okay. And again, like, look at this. The world is hell. 300 years have the Space Marines been taking over. Anyway, here's this bunny girl with a giant gun. Like, hell yes. Please. Yes, good. No, this is correct, actually. Alright, okay, so... Haircut. Clothing. We get our attachments like usual. We have sets of attachment. Sorry, we're starting with the most important system, right? I decided to start straight here. We're not gonna, like... Okay, so I have 5 slots for fashion. Playing as Bane. Bane, hero of the children, it seems. We took a sword hit for a kid who was trying to roll a giant barrel. Ooh, weapon skin. Yo! That's really good. So, like, I can choose, like, what weapon I have equipped if they have different... That's nice. There's also... We're not going to touch it right now, but, like, right here, I can grab, like, 1,000 DLC costumes. We're going to take it slow, and we're going to wait to claim those until, you know, time. But yeah, we're gonna let the game have its moment and, you know, do its thing, and then we're going to undermine it with a cat on our head. Yeah, so when I say embedded, I don't know, like, do we have a thing on our... You can't see if we have I don't think we have a thing on our... So, I was thinking embedded might mean the little X spheres that they have on there. I'm Dark Soul, yes. This is very... We got a lot of Blood of the Dark Soul going on here. Yeah, so the Doc has one, too.
Again. Sorry to trouble you, Doc.
Look after yourself, and there'd be no need for sorries, would there? Now sit. So, still unable to remember anything, I take it?
Blank as always. Nothing but that strange dream.
No face, no memories.
Everybody check off your
Unable
box
to
on your
feel
bingo
pain,
card
no
for
need
amnesia.
to take on everybody else's.
Oh, unable to feel pain, huh?
Here.
Yes,
let
that
me see.
was one of the few details in the first trailer.
You may not be able to feel pain, but that doesn't mean you can't be wounded, just like everyone else. If you're not more careful, you'll wind up dead without even realizing it one of these days.
I watched another slave die today. More corpses than I care to count.
Unfortunately, that's hardly a rare sight around these parts.
Danins are always
Better
dying.
replace your spine.
The Renans just watch. How long can this continue? Why doesn't anyone stand and fight?
Yep, looks good. Spine's all set. Got your replacement spine in there.
Keep your voice down, will you? If only it were so simple, my friend. There have certainly been uprisings, all right. 3 centuries worth of the damn things. As for all the good they've done, take a look around and judge for yourself. There. That should just about do it. Now, do me a favor and try to stay out of trouble so the wound doesn't open again.
Doc, back when I knew nothing, you were the one who taught me just how things work around here. You know I'll always be grateful for that, but I can't just...
The race is won by the calm and the steady. You're still young, you have time. Wait for the right moment, both for yourself and the world. Work will be wrapping up for the day soon enough. Don't sit around here.
Go out and feel the breeze against your skin. Even a slave's entitled to that. Just do me a favor and keep a low profile, all right? You stand out enough in that mask as it is.
So I talked about hitting the checkbox on
Guess I'll go back to
Amnesia.
my room.
But we already have a couple other Tails checkboxes that you can hit. If you have a checkbox on your bingo card for 2 worlds, sounds like we've got that. Fantasy racism, you can hit your little checkbox for that with the Renans and the Denons here. Or you know, we're very likely going to be hitting on that. We're going in on the beginning. Up on here. Ooh, loitering. Is there actually a bingo card? No, I should have made a bingo card. What would the free space be? Like, I don't know, mascot character. Oh, hey, this Dragon Quest kid's right here. Named Cole. What is it? Is it, Tales of Hearts? Is that where Core Meteor is from? Anyway, what up? Free space, new word for magic. Over the Orbis, whatever we got. Oh. Okay, so the stones are the purpose. We're literally making X-spheres here. Alright, hold on, I gotta watch this guard. Alright, watch this guard's pathing. They almost walked into a wall, that's why I was... Zoogle. Not the
I'm a
Zoogles.
slave, just like everyone else here. So how come I don't have a spirit core?
Yeah, okay, so we
Face, or memories for that matter. Not like worrying about it'll change anything.
Okay, so us not having one of those is a weird thing. Yeah, give me the ass kicking. Zoogle's way too cute of a word for the using it as dragon. We don't have a face? I don't know, we got a mask. Uh-oh. Rip. What's up? Can he pet the Zoogle? The invaders! Good old space invaders. I can't believe we had spaceships show up like minute 1. Oh, that, right. Oh, another thing you can put on a Tales game. This is actually, like, what? So, Tales games don't have a lot of connective tissue between them. I'm going to be talking a lot about Tales games as a series as we do this. Hey, bud. One of the pieces that's almost a 100% include you'll see in every Tales game is the idea of 2 worlds in some sort of conflict. Starts from Fantasia with Daos's planet, but almost every other Tales game has this in some way. Zestiria and Berseria don't have it literally, but humans and Seraphs, or humans and Malik, have that sort of thing going on. Looks like we have that here. Symphonia and Eternia has Inferior Celestia. Symphonia has its pair. The Abyss has the Underworld and the Overworld, etc., etc., etc. This is a consistent theming thing. Oh, wait, is like one of those a fake artificial moon? Like, damn, if it is. this also might be the planet in a more Tales of Graces way. Do you have a bandage? Are you wearing a bandage? Damn, that's nice of him. Alright, basically everybody's in rebellion, but nobody's gonna be open about it. Hey, y'all. Just gotta wave at my clothing. Crafter got .gif. What's up?
I should get some rest.
Alright. Ah, my house.
I wonder how many people have slept in this bed before me. Mine for now, but for how long?
We got a nice rock.
Tomorrow's another day. I guess I should get some shut-eye.
In dot wave.
I'd better head to work.
You can't play in dot wave.
So I've got business with the freight train today, huh? Great.
Alright, we got dashing. I got jumping. Hey, bud. Oh, we're on freight hauling duty. Okay.
Great. Time to start another day toiling away for the Renans.
But yeah,
I'm gonna do this until the day I die.
I don't think any other title has been this front and center about its fantasy racism conflict. I mean, I use fantasy racism conflict as an overarching bubble. This may not be a truer version of that. This might just be space warlords showed up to enslave everybody, which is slightly different than the space, but I still use it. Also, all these guards. Look at this guard armor. Everybody has these giant shoulder pads. We enslaved in hell. We're basically, yeah, we live under the fire orbis, which is which like burns dead bodies. All right.
Look lively, slaves. Let's see some work around here.
Are we just pushing the train? All right. Ooh. Barrel.
Grenar!
Zephyr, she's here!
The hell?
All right then.
The girl's nowhere to be found.
This hurts.
Hey, Embedded, did you find anything?
Not yet, sir. What do they expect from us on such short notice?
Tried jumping.
Hey, you're...
Over there! Don't move!
Go now! Huh? Hurry, get moving!
Stay still! You caused us a lot of trouble, you know. Now we can do this the easy way, or not.
Ah!
It's just you.
Alright, running away with Mystery Lady. I love that we just flipped two dudes, like, effortlessly. That ruled.
Armored soldiers.
Ooh. We're doing pretty good against two armored dudes. Oh, we almost got Raiden on our mask.
Idiots. Hey, you two.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Give him the buster. Okay, yeah, anybody who touches her just gets blasted. Sure, we're establishing that repeatedly.
Away you go. Hope you can jump.
Oh shit. Yo, is this Balsif?
You all missed your chance to become Lord, which means you lot live and die for me, the mighty Balsaf. Gag through your skulls? Now hurry up and bring me Shion. Yes, sir. Even the drink's lost its appeal.
Someone's in a bad mood. Lord Wolsey, ruler of Orbis Calaglia. Ah, but it's wild beast you prefer, isn't it? Do forgive me.
Ganabelt Volkiris, what do you want?
Keep throwing nouns at me, please.
From what I hear, you seem to be having some trouble over there in Calaglia. As a fellow lord, I merely thought to ask whether I could be of any assistance to you.
Enough with the false pretense. I can tell a rat.
Okay, rivaling lords. Sure.
Forgive me. I can only imagine the emotional toll failing to ascend the throne not once but twice must take. A most distressing state of affairs.
Shut up! It's none of your concern.
The crown contest is proceeding apace, and so quickly, I must say. It won't be long before the victor is crowned as the new sovereign.
You're going
I
to go
look
win the
forward
crown?
to it, and you can be sure I won't forget our little chat.
Nor will I. Until next time.
That cup is huge. You gonna crack? Oh, come on! Cut away. Oh, this is our dream. We have one dream we remember because, of course, We have amnesia, except for the one vision.
Where?
You awake?
Oh, hey.
Who are you?
The name's Tilsa. I'm the medical officer for the Crimson Crows. You're in one of our safe houses.
Crimson Crows?
Don't tell me you've never heard of us. We're the Resistance, for the Danon people.
Crimson Crows
We
being
get in the way
close
of
to
the
Black
Bright Eyes'
Crows?
best
Is
laid
that
plans.
our bit here?
The Danon Resistance? I didn't know such a thing existed.
Oh, we exist all right. Though I guess we're not as famous as I thought we were. Seems like I know more about you than the other way around, Mr. Iron Mask. Is it true you can't take that thing off?
Yeah. Worse is that I don't even know why I'm wearing it. That woman I was with.
Oh, yeah. She's quite the character, isn't she? Zephyr should be interrogating her over in the Slammer as we speak.
You locked her up? Why?
Why? Go take a look for yourself if you're so interested.
They're interrogating her? Just what the hell is going on?
Yeah, so,
I need to go and find out for myself.
as a couple people have mentioned, the animations and choreography in here looks a lot more fluid than in the previous engine. The previous engine out of big anime cutscenes, just in-engine stuff, was a lot more restricted in how animation looked. Things looked a lot stiffer, and I can already see right here, like, things look a lot stronger, smoother in this new new engine that they have. The old engine, I believe, was... I know it was Zestiria and Baziria, but I think it was Zillia 2 as well. I'm not certain on that one. I didn't play Zillia 2. So, anyway. Alright. But yeah, Crimson Crows, generally in Tales games, there's again a number of little through lines. References that stick around. One, a chef, a mascot character. I think it's the Black Crows, or there's a much lower tier one that shows up every once in a while. Zion Mine. Zion-y? Okay, we get an abandoned mine. Okay. Is that for the cool gauntlet dude? That Jolly Flying Man, I would disagree heavily because Baziria freaking rules. Baziria is far and away the best Tales game that exists on a lot of axes in my mind. It's the one that I can say is good rather than is a Tales game good, if you know what I mean. I love Eternia. Eternia is actually good too, but it's 2D and old as hell. Tales games have a lot of rough edges. Baziria has a lot less. Yep. Okay, the Lenius is like literally a moon planet they showed up on. So we've got the 5 lords here, and then we've got Moon Planet that all the space dudes showed up on. Sure. Let's check this place out. What do we got? Okay. This lets us connect to other mines. Sure, cool. What up? Are they they're literally mining fire? I guess you can mine fire. That was what was in the barrel. Oh, that's why the barrel exploded in that fire. Word. Wait, this is where all exploding barrels in video games come from. Wow. This is where they make them, folks, right here. They probably have, like, down here, you color code them, you know. You have to make sure that they have red on them, they're color coded right. Alright. Y'all just stop touching her shoulder.
Ah, damn it! So it wasn't a lie. The slightest touch is like being struck by lightning.
What are you doing?
So you're finally awake, huh?
What's going on? What did she ever do?
Skyrim, not MP4. Fuck.
So even if you don't mean to hurt somebody, if they touch you, they get electrocuted, huh? It doesn't seem to be poison or magic. Is this the reason Balsef's soldiers were after you? For the last several days, Balsef's forces have been getting pretty restless. When we looked into it deeper, the word thorns came up over and over again. And now, we come across Miss Prickly herself.
Drop the attitude. Did you really think we wouldn't find out anything about you? Miss Shion Imaris?
That's her name? You mean she's...
What? You didn't figure it out already? Yeah, that's right. This lady's got herself a surname. Which means Renan, our enemy.
Yeah, but she was being chased by Renan's soldiers. So then, why?
That's exactly what we're trying to figure out. After all, aside from the clothes they wear, there's only one way to tell a Danon from a Renan, and that's whether their eyes light up or not. Ain't that right, Bright Eyes?
Big talk for someone who can't even use astral arts. Embedded.
Don't you call us embedded! Look, you see the stoner people embedded in me? There isn't one. Because we gouged them out the day we swore to rise up against your kind. This scar's a reminder, not to rest until every last one of you is...
We Danons may not be capable of using astral arts, but it looks like those thorns of yours won't do you much good in escaping here either.
Still, inflicting pain on anyone who comes near you, that's one hell of an ability.
You're wrong. You think this curse is some kind of great ability?
Oh, we're like 3 levels in on the like on that. Okay, sure.
Fair enough. All I know is Balsef must have his eye on you for a damn good reason. And until we find out why...
Well...
They must have tracked us down. Evacuate as planned. Hurry! And bring the girl. If she gives you any trouble, wave a spear in her face.
I got it.
Hey, Iron Mask. Sorry, but right now it's everyone for themselves.
Here's a garbage sword.
I'm going to welcome our guests. Don't go dying on me.
Come on, move.
And don't try anything funny.
Zephyr there seems like a pretty rad dude. Understandably mad about the whole, Dull sword. It's just an absolute garbage sword. Just... shit. Like, D-tier... Ooh. Nakubar... Okay, no, I can hear that immediately. When you say that, yeah. Nope. Apple... Wait. Hold on. That's not what a gel does. I've played a Tales game.
What's this thing?
Gels are percentage. This is 30%. Okay, no. And again, we have outfits, but we're not doing that yet. Soon. Again, don't worry. Appleca. Well, it's called Lemon.
Enemy attack!
I like the camera out a little bit.
Ravens are here? I have to find an exit and get the hell out of
No snitches in the Crimson Crows.
here.
Well, it's currently a lot more than 30%. But that's the whole point of the scaling, is that apple gels are useful late game. It's a defining feature. Alright.
Anyone who can fight, grab a weapon!
So this is as far as I did my testing, because I needed to get to a battle. I skipped every cutscene and just got here. So... Okay, they just have cool as shit armor. Oh, they have machinery in their cool as shit armor. Okay.
Have these kinds of battles been going on this entire time? I just didn't know.
Oh. So she got away, sure. Alright, but yeah. This is as far as I got in my test recordings because I wanted to make sure that the frame rate in fights was good. I just cutscene skipped to here.
Oh, it's just a den.
Oh.
Where's
Just
the
some
Ren and
idiot
Dog?
with a shit sword. Sorry, I can't understand you on that helmet.
Spit it out! I want an answer, Insurgent!
How's this for an answer? Go to hell!
You dare address a Renin armored soldier that way? I'll show you embedded!
Alright. Level 6. So, combat system in this game is quite different. It's modeled closest, it feels, on Berseria, because we still have the soul gauge. But, like, so we have main attack on right bumper. And then you have your arts on YXA, and then I'm assuming we'll be able to change those. But also, I just have a dodge roll on right trigger. Also, the music's just going.
Talk or die! So much for playing nice. All right, we're up. Rising Wyvern!
So you see I have, like, the souls.
I have to do this.
Like, down there on my bottom, that's like my uses of Swallow Blade and Rising Wyvern.
I won. I actually beat one of those red soldiers.
And I could use arts. I'm legit.
I have to survive this no matter what.
Treasure? Treasure? No treasure. But yeah. Because I don't think I can control my arts at the moment. I wonder who has Demon Fang. It's probably us. Main character, all that. We have no idea who we are. We're amnesic, Gnome. We have this mask and we don't know who we are. Yeah, talk to yourself. Rip to you, but I'm built different. Oh no, they got a dog.
An opponent like this should be easy.
You got spirit!
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Oh god.
Here I come! You're finished! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! You're mine!
Up, up.
It's over! We did it! Slash! Take this! Here I come! Slash! Swallow Blade! Rising Wyvern! You're finished! Take this! Hellblade! Slash!
They mentioned a perfect dodge.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Take this!
We won.
Lucy, thanks for the sub. Yeah, it is Tails Day. Ooh, we're going to Sharp Fang. We're still in tutorial land, and we can't. So, one of the things about our character is that they can't feel pain, which would be a neat way to translate. You can't see your HP bar, right? Like, I'm sure when we get party members, we'll see. We'll see it, but you know, we can't feel pain. That's a known quality.
Shion v. Mayor Imaris Daymore.
Okay.
I detain you with
That's a million.
Damn it!
Throw down
I was
your
so
weapon.
close. What the? You've got some kind of death wish? Those are armored soldiers you're...
Shut up and get out of here while you still can!
Step aside, slave. These are Renan affairs you're meddling in.
Hey!
We've got a better chance working together. Besides, I don't much feel like being indebted to a Danon.
Fine, suit yourself.
Gun. Gun, 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 gun. Combos are attacks, normal attacks, and assemble noble arts continue until your art gauge runs out. Normal attacks count separately on the ground and the air, using an art to go between them. Okay, so we can go like 1, 2, 3, launcher 1, 2, 3. During a combo of an art with multiple times and then 4 actions. Oh, okay, we have fight game fall off.
Word to the wise, I call my own shot. Just stay out of my way and we'll get along quite well.
Kinda new for me if you hadn't noticed.
Don't expect any promises. Take this! You're finished! Take this!
Damn it,
I'm not done! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
There we go.
Why did you help me? What could a Danon like you possibly gain from helping a Renan like me?
Trust me, I've no great love for Renans. I guess I'm just not as consumed with hatred as some...
What?
Have we met somewhere before?
Me? Friends with a Danon? Can't say I've had the pleasure.
Well, when you put it like that, yeah, silly question. I don't remember anything about my past. Don't have any
Amnesia.
clues to go on either. Not even my own face.
Let me get this straight. You don't know what you look like, but you thought I might somehow recognize you?
Something like that. Guess my helping you back there wasn't as self-sacrificing as I made it out to be. Besides, I can't feel pain anyway, so it's not like...
Wait, you really can't feel pain?
Yeah, it's just another thing I don't have. No pain, no face, no memories. I only know one thing about myself, and that's that I'm a slave.
What about your name? You must have one, right?
Iron Mask. Got the name from the person who found me. Said that this way I wouldn't forget I had a real name out there somewhere.
I see.
So where to next?
Outside, silly. What do you think we fought all this way for?
Alright, I'm enjoying our
Stay sharp.
party already. Because they hate each other's asses real hard. Oh.
Can you even see out of that thing?
Yeah, this is just
At
skits.
all?
Of course I can. How else do you think I managed to avoid tripping everywhere I go?
What is that thing anyway? It doesn't look like anything Dan and I've ever seen.
3D models for
It's me.
skits is weird.
I don't remember
Those
anything
things I'm getting
about my
used to,
past.
but
When I came to, I was already wearing it. If I could get it off, I would. Damn thing makes it hard to eat. I can't scratch my face when it itches. It's the worst.
Honestly, I'm just impressed you've managed to survive this long looking like that. I'm sure you attract attention wherever you go.
Most of the other Danans don't pay it any mind. It's in everyone's best interest to just keep their heads down, focus on their work, and pretend they don't notice.
What about the Renan soldiers? Didn't they notice?
The guards? They're more the kill first, ask questions later type. Be in the wrong place or step out of line and you're dead. Mask or no mask. That said, as long as you keep your head down and don't cause trouble, they mostly ignore you. Honestly, sometimes they don't look all that keen to stir up trouble themselves. A friend of mine said it's because if they kill us without a good reason, it could delay the work and put them behind schedule. At that point, it'd be their necks on the line. You should know more about all that than me, though, right?
I don't serve any of the lords. But I see what you mean. After 3 centuries of run and rule without much upheaval, it's possible the soldiers might be losing their edge. All this trouble we've caused might be the first excitement they've had in a while.
Well, I don't plan on getting killed for their amusement.
He definitely eats like a Waddle Dee. Like, you put a cookie up to his mouth, and he just eats it. Just, but no, so you might see the initial setup here. We have our mystery lady who anybody that touches her gets like shocked and knocked out, and our main character who is the only person able to not get shocked and knocked out. So we'll definitely be bringing it up a million times, I'm sure.
Glad to see you made it.
Hey, dude.
I heard you managed to escape, but I didn't expect to see old Iron Mask with you. In any case, we're all wanted by the Renans. It'll be easier for everyone if you both just come with me.
Where are the others?
They're waiting for us up ahead. Come on.
Ooh, cutscene.
Stay where you are, dissidents.
Just look at all these soldiers. How badly did they want to destroy this hideout?
Apprehend the traitor! Slaughter the rest!
Look out! Sion! Sion!
A blazing sword. But how?
Impossible.
The Master Core. He was embedded within her all along. No matter. Kill her if you have to. Just retrieve the core.
The Master Emerald.
You
Orb?
okay?
God, our arms look like shit.
Your arms!
Oh, yeah. How about that? Guess it's just as well I can't feel it, huh?
You're not in agony? Wait, are you serious?
Hold still.
Huh?
It's one of my healing arts.
Wow, you healed the bandages too.
A sword that sears the hand of he who wields it, and a healing art to mend. A man numb to pain, and a woman whose very touch deals nothing but.
Wow, it's like the beginning of a epic plot or something. Thanks, Zephyr, for
All right.
calling it out.
Let's rout the bastards and finish them off before the surviving stragglers have a chance to regroup. Iron Mask, you coming?
Definitely. I'm not about to go back all that way alone.
So I guess you're not planning on releasing me, huh?
Sorry. You're coming with us.
In that case, there's one thing you should know. No one uses that flaming sword without my say-so.
You needn't worry on that score. I doubt many of us could get close to it in the first place, or would want to.
The blazing sword. It just might be strong enough to match the power of a lord. No, maybe even to surpass it.
Are you sure you're okay?
What do you mean?
Your wound. That soldier nailed you pretty good. Not to mention those flames.
Yeah, you got
bursting from
shot.
you.
They only hit my master core, so I'll be fine. And the flames weren't even hot. It's probably because they're just a manifestation of the astral energy.
Happens to me all the time. They only hit my Master
I'm
Core.
more surprised that you really are incapable of feeling pain.
Did you think I was faking?
No, I believed you. I guess seeing you stay calm while bearing those burns to your hands just really made it hit home for me. It's ironic. I have no problem hurting anyone who touches me. But as soon as I try to wield that sword, it's me who gets hurt.
Do you wish you were impervious to pain too? You realize you could burn your fingers off without even noticing, right?
So what? All I need right now is power. And up until now, I haven't come across anything stronger than that blazing sword the whole time I've been doing
Ah,
it.
she's seeking the power. Got it.
You really don't care what happens to you as long as you get what you're after, do you?
Don't talk like you know me.
You... You're right. I don't get you. I don't get why you're so quick to throw it all away. Not when us slaves have never had a choice in whether we lived or died.
Alright. Shion. Shion specializes in gun and arts. Cost cores? When auto mode is enabled, Shion will permanently target flying foes and art. Okay. Cure points. Oh! We have oh! We only have so many healing surges. Okay. Because there's not an MP system, we need to restrict healing in some way. So we literally just have a pool for it. Alright. Okay, and we now have, because we have multiple party members, we have visible HP totals. I can change arts up. 3 arts in the ground, 3 arts in the air for 6 equipable. But I'm sure there's also like a stick plus generally. That might be for different arts later though. I only have Swallow Blade and Rising Wyvern. And Mirage is my only aerial attack. Oh boy, these have counts. So in a lot of Tales games, arts will have like a level up on number of uses. So, and you can see this is ground attack with a riser. This is air attack with a down. First aid costs 12 cure point. Resurrection. Oh, we just have resurrection out the go. And ground attack, gun strike. Okay, and I can turn on and off arts as you choose. We were able to do combos in the second fight we did. This game is actually open on like it's not like Vesperia where we need to be at New Game Plus. Like we can go like 1, 2, 3 launcher, 1, 2, 3 ground attack and a hit. What do you got on? Standard infantry rifle. White one piece. Oh, hold on. We have action figure poses. Like this one. This is most definitely like a figure pose. This is a good way to check out how our accessories and such will look. Sure. Items can only be used on the character that you currently control. Okay. And again, I'm gonna wait a little. We're gonna hold on. We got a long time to go today, so we'll do the DLC outfit stuff soon. Don't you worry. I just don't want to immediately drop it. From what I remember playing Vesperia Definitive Edition, you can do downloads from the start, just very limited. Yeah, like even in Definitive, like a lot of the characters still couldn't operate until way late in the game.
Been blown here. Get a move on. We're moving to another base.
So, all right, we're going somewhere. Bright eyes. When the Raina use actual arts, their eyes glow. Cool. There's the fire mines. Judith is very bad about that, yes. Alright. Looks like we're on a little bit of an overworld. We can get some fights going as soon as we check out... Yeah, check out space. Rads, alright. Orbis. Land of brimstone and swirling ash.
That's...
Glanamede Castle. Stronghold of Lord Balsef. Self-imposed ruler of all Calaglia.
I've never seen it from this close before.
That's it, all right. And next to it are the gates of fire. Take a good long look while you still can. That wall is what we've come to tear down. The only thing standing between us and freedom.
Freedom.
It's like Waterworld behind
Let's
that.
go.
Don't mind me, just sort of looking at how the frames
Be
play.
careful. If you get close to a Zoogle, they'll attack.
Zoogle? Zoogle. Oh, right. We have our buddy. All right, and we have our 3 different fighting styles. For some reason, semi-auto still looks like their default. Yup. Yeah, default semi-auto. So the way semi-auto works different than manual is that your movement sucks ass. And that's not true. When you hit an attack, you'll move into position and then attack. But like, in general, like every single game I've ever played with semi-auto, like it's just not very good. You don't want to be using it.
Here I come. This is it. Dig deep.
Easier said than done.
No excuses. This is. Don't let them form a pack.
Here I go. I'm only getting started.
Swallow blade. I'm on it. You're finished. Rising wyvern. Talent.
All right, I'm out of.
You're mine.
Take this. It's over.
Excited. It's over. Mega ray.
Rising wyvern. Mirage. I'm on it.
There we go.
Whoa. Take a look at that.
Oh, that was way too much.
Don't fight any enemies you can otherwise avoid, all right?
Makes sense. If we try to take them all on, there'll be no end in sight.
You sure won't hear me complaining.
Yeah, but it's got a glowy weak point. I want to fight the enemy that has a big glowy weak point. Antidote Rock.
What a weird stone.
I sense a strange power from it. We should gather as many as we can find.
I'll take you all on.
There! And again! Mega ray!
I'll run you through. See ya.
Excited.
Some enemies have large orange glowing weak points. Sorry, glowing spirit cores.
See ya. Finish.
Let's get the fuck out of the way there.
Here I come. How's this? Had it coming. Mirage. Talent storm.
I need to be stronger.
Oh, we also heal up the cure points on fights. That's nice. Okay.
Seems you found something good. Supplies like that are valuable. Never overlook them.
So, all right.
Got it.
So Zephyr here is a guest party member. How long till he's dead? 30 minutes? An hour? 2 hours?
I'll remember that.
Oh, you don't recover after fights? Oh, I thought you got like a little bit back after fights. Next boss fight?
Let's stop a moment to catch our breath.
But I've barely worked up a sweat.
No, we're sitting at the bonfire.
Speak for yourself. What do you want, a medal? Doesn't look like we're being followed. Fail to grab these rare moments of quiet when you can. You'll end up regretting it later.
You're the boss.
Camping. Yep. You heal and heal at the campsite. You can watch skits and oh.
Normally, we should take turns standing guard. But this first time, I'll watch over things so you two can rest easy.
Zephyr, why aren't you concerned about who I am?
You feeling left out, son?
Not that. But
It's really
You
weird
said
to
you
not
wanted
have
to
these be
fight so that you
2D
can
to
live
me.
a free man. At this point, that's all that matters. Even if it somehow turned out you were a Renin, it wouldn't be such a big deal.
a Renin.
Until we know who you are, we can't rule anything out. Besides, we've already got Shion with us. At this point, what's one more Renin as long as they're on our side?
So you don't see every Renin as an enemy?
Our goal isn't to hunt down and kill all Renins. We only arm ourselves as much as we need to set ourselves free. If you can believe it, not every Danon agrees with what we're doing either.
Are you saying we have enemies among the Danons?
Not quite. They're just not up for rebelling, per se. The thing you have to remember is that everyone has their own path to walk.
I'm not sure I understand.
That's okay. Just focus on what we have to do right now. However, the time will come when you'll need to decide what to do for yourself.
How come you don't have a scar on your hand?
A scar? What do you mean?
The Crimson Crows all tore off their own spirit cores, right? But your hand doesn't show any signs of ever having a core like theirs. Why not?
I don't know. I don't remember anything about myself from before Doc found me.
Seriously? You have that mask, you don't feel any pain, and you just happen to know how to fight with a sword? No way. You must remember something.
Anime amnesia's bullshit.
I'm
You
not
remember
lying, if
something.
that's what you think. Believe me, I wish I knew who the hell I am. But I don't. It's funny how I didn't have any time for soul searching while digging up rocks in a mine.
Still.
I love the fire
Are
mine.
you saying you've told us everything about yourself?
Zephyr.
It's bad manners to pry when you've got plenty to hide yourself.
You're not gonna ask me about my past too?
Only when I think it's necessary. You're a real man of mystery, I'll admit. That said, I'm not one to dig around in someone's business just out of curiosity. If you remember something and feel like sharing, you're free to do so. For now...
She's done that a couple times. It's like kind of tapping on her
Right.
arm.
Thank you.
That was in an earlier cutscene too.
So this whole you not feeling pain thing, is that for real?
We established
Why
that
would
in the
I lie
previous
about it?
scene.
And why would you care anyway?
No, it's just, you know, I can't imagine what it's like, that's all.
As a slave, I'd say it has its advantages and disadvantages.
Oh?
On the upside, when Renin soldiers push me around, I hardly flinch. The downside's that I get injured without even noticing. Which means I could be knocking on death's door and not even realize it.
Really?
Sure. I may be numb to pain. It doesn't make me immortal or anything. Still, I wouldn't have noticed any of this if someone hadn't pointed it out to me. If not for my fellow slaves, I'd be long dead, lying in a ditch somewhere.
Yes, the news. DLC exists. I'm not touching that yet. We'll touch the DLC once we get to the point where we have, like,
A Master Core,
a
huh?
little more going on.
Now I see. So that's why Balsef's cronies were so desperate to catch her.
Is that what it's called? The jewel in her chest?
Oh, right. You don't remember a damn thing, do you? Fair enough. Guess it's time to fill you back in.
Well, there's the 7 Master Emeralds and the Master Emerald, which controls 7.
Tell me, you ever wonder why we Danons are made to work ourselves to the bone, day in, day out?
Well, when you put it like that, I always just assumed we were mining resources for them.
And don't you think it'd be quicker if they used all that high-powered tech they have? Why go to all the trouble of relying on weak human labor? Listen, what the Renins are really after isn't resources or minerals. It's astral energy. They're harvesting the astral energy that sleeps inside all matter in life forms. And they're doing it the same way they have for the past 300 years, using us Danons as mere siphons.
Right. They have machines for minerals, but extracting from Danons requires spirit cores. Any astral energy collected passes through a spirit vessel on its way to being stored in a master core.
Oh.
Why go to the trouble of collecting all this energy in the first place?
And we have
Do
one
we
of the...
really need all that juice just to use astral arts?
It determines the Sovereign.
Sovereign? Is that the Renan ruler?
Exactly. 5 lords, each doing whatever it takes to gather as much astral energy as they can and store it in their master cores.
Alright, so which lord are you,
Whichever of
Shion?
them manages to accumulate the most power at the end of their contest is crowned the ruler of the Renan motherland. A new crown contest, as they call it, is held every decade or so.
So you see, the Master Cores are the receptacles in which the Lords store their power. And we Danons are sacrificed, so the Renans can choose their new ruler.
That's insane! You're telling me that's what our people have been dying for this whole time?
Relax, hero. You're not the only one who's bent out of shape about the whole thing.
This ain't new, kid.
There are 2 things that I haven't been able to get my head around yet. What business would a Renan have stealing a Master Core? And what's the deal with that blazing sword?
Oh, do we steal Balsics?
I think the sword is a physical manifestation of the Master Core's astral energy. As for why it took the shape of a sword, well, I don't know any more than you do. Honest.
And that stuff about needing your permission to use it? What was that about?
I'm the only one of us who can control the Master Core to some extent. Without me to adjust the flow of astral energy, the sword can't take a physical form.
What do you want out of this? You may be one of them, but you don't strike me as the ruthless oppressor type.
I'm going to take down all of the lords.
I'm going to kill. Okay. Oh, no. Sorry. Alright.
Never thought I'd say this, but I like the cut of your jib, Renan. Very well. As far as we're concerned, the struggle continues either way. And with that sword on our side, our chances of victory just increased. That is, of course, assuming we can count the 2 of you in.
Fine by me. After all, it sounds like we're after the same thing anyway.
We win by default if they're all dead.
Honestly, I'm still a little confused by all this. But if it's a choice between this or going back to being a slave, then I choose to fight.
Then it's settled. Together we'll overthrow the Renan Lords. And first up on that chopping block is Balsef, the wild beast.
100% Blazing Blade, because I could change the hat with a DLC hat. I just haven't. Maybe I should just for that, huh?
I've got to hurry.
Indot Wave will kill me every time.
We haven't...
But yeah, if I go to outfits, Iron Mask is currently a haircut. It can neither be taken off or broken by normal means, but like, if I had another thing here, I could unequip it. So... Hold on, I'm taking a look at like... Terrifying.
Another secret hideout in Ulzebek, not far from here. We should be able their comrades there.
I was not ready for that phase. Get back under that. Weed.
We should be able to eat this. Whenever you find some, make sure to grab it.
It's edible, huh? Good to know.
Definitely.
Fishing!
What's this thing?
I mean, if I just dive in and grab the fish, does that count as fishing? But yeah, to answer the question, though, there's absolutely animating going on under this mask because you could not have it on.
Cut it out. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's rude to stare?
I know I already asked you this, but are you sure we haven't met somewhere before?
What's so hard to understand? I'm Renan, you're Danon. There's no way. Besides, I'm from Lenegis. Trust me, wherever you were before you lost your memory, we've never crossed paths.
Lenegis? You mean the same Lenegis that's up in the sky? I've heard it called the Renan's Castle, but I never imagined people actually lived up there.
Well then, where did you think we all lived? Didn't you see the Renan Lords descend for the crown contest?
And how long ago was that?
Well, the current contest started 7 years ago, so...
Then I wouldn't remember.
Just how far back do you remember?
About a year, give or take. That's how long ago Doc found me.
1 year. Then no. I'm sorry, but there really is no way we could have met.
Guess not.
I think we got a... Oh. Sorry, this is recognizable noise only to me.
That is one enormous stray.
I don't think we can take it right now.
Okay. A big Zoogle. They're the optional boss Zoogles.
We've almost made it to Ulzebek.
Mushroom.
That's not your run-of-the-mill enemy.
Yeah, Zoogles are just what they call monsters. Alright, buddy. Oh!
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing. From dead to dead.
Still dig deep, brothers.
I was overconfident.
The music there is recognizable. That's a version of the boss theme that they've used, or not that version, but
not done yet.
Nah, it's not blocking anything. This is a
Steer clear of
bonus
that
boss.
Zoogle if I were you.
This is a comeback later and beat me up
Weak, huh?
for 15 silver points. Not even a Black Knight. Rolly? Rolly.
I'll take you all on.
Here I come.
Oh, this is it.
Okay.
Dig deep.
Easier said than done.
No excuses. This is up to us. Guess we gotta roll with it.
You're mine.
Don't go charging off like that. One final push.
Right.
Give them all we got.
Mirage.
I'm on it.
Here I come.
Yeah, I feel like I got this one under control. Whoa, beam!
Strike.
You're mine.
Everything's coming up, Zephyr.
Everything's coming up Millhouse. Okay.
What's this thing?
That gets our cure back. So that makes sense. The orange gel has to do something MP related. Hold on. Hold on.
Normally I don't pick on the weak.
Here's a
You're
healing.
mine. Slash. Rising Wyvern.
See ya.
Through escape.
Mega red.
Mirage. Ah.
See ya. Talent storm.
You're mine.
You're mine.
Ah. Swallow blade. Rising Wyvern. It's over.
Cool.
That was almost too easy.
Hey,
Woohoo.
Hey,
Woohoo. Woohoo.
Oh, yes! Okay, they're the cats.
Woohoo.
Goodbye.
That's an unusual bird.
It's an owl. They're often used as a symbol to represent ancient Dana.
Alright, hold on. Alright, time to learn. Oh, okay. We don't have color select. Wow, we keep losing options. Damn. Like, I don't have movement on this. Yeah, no position. The only color change I can do is the flip. So I can't make this into like a big, like something coming out of the back of my head, which is what I would want to do with it. I want to put this on my head. Why do they make it worse in every game? Why was this best in Zestiria? Like... How does that system keep going backwards?
Get lost. One more. Mega red.
I'll run you through.
Here I come. Slash. Swallow blade.
And again. Mega red.
You're finished. Strike.
Here I go.
Slash. Swallow blade.
Pathetic.
Would you join Zesty if not for making fashion mistakes? Yes, for a couple other reasons still. But fashion was very high up on the list. Parallax Stone. Yo, you think we're... Look, if they think that their setup is going to prevent me from doing silly fashion things, they are sorely mistaken at who I am. Biological weapons in all but name. Okay. Welcome to Ulzabek.
Okay, people, this is it.
We farm sand here?
No sign of any Renin guardsmen.
The Renins aren't as populous as the Danins. Probably figure stationing guards in a place like this would be a waste of precious manpower.
So this is where the next safe house is?
Very likely.
Yes. The last place they'd think to look for enemies is on their own doorstep.
Like,
That is, assuming anyone actually made it here before us.
the last game had a very heavy, like, King Arthur
Zephyr.
feeling, so...
Looks like we needn't have worried. Come on.
I guess last two. As it's sourcing, so this having a different... we have a... Alright, hold on. All right. Ooh. They definitely want me to do the thing with the wings, right? Literally the elephant from Guilty Gear. Elf.
This might go well in that new recipe.
Okay.
Can't wait to see what you make.
You're the one making it.
Okay, maybe this is why they didn't give us full control. This wing is like moving. Like, damn. Yeah, the physics are a lot better. Oboshiroi. Yeah, the tail is moving. Ulzabek. Sand farms. And then we had the fire mines. Not everyone made it alive. Everybody knows me. I'm cool. Alright, watch out for Zoogles.
What's this doing here?
Yeah, So far, the last 3 Tales games have each gone backwards more and more as far as control. This is a fashion. Everything is fashion at the moment. It just looks like it. And yeah, we can remove our mask with this. Also, we found an owl. That's important. We need to find as many owls as possible in the world. Owls are the most important thing. You doing all right? Gene it up. Your body is so weak. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that a normal chicken? That's not even a fantasy animal. That's a chicken. Alright. I guess chicken in the, yeah.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
They just called it a chicken. Alright, I don't know if I'm going to be able to deal with this wing, so that means the correct option is to add a second wing. Yeah, we're teamed up with Shion because Shion wants to kill the other lords. And we're like, yeah, that sounds cool. Shouldn't you be going somewhere else? Isn't there something else you should be doing, player? You know they're gonna kill you regardless, right? Ah, damn. Normal. Wait, hold on. Can I? Good. I don't even hoot. 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 Somebody said hoot. Oh, yep, gotta stay hydrated. Yep. When you live in fire mines, you gotta... It's important. Woo! This game has a very different, like, fashion system, but yeah, like, the physics on the dress and the clothing is pretty rad. Need you to do something. Alright. What up? Yeah, any faster than that, we get... Yeah. Got their own little language bit? We haven't even been named yet. We're just Iron Mask.
Zephyr, you made it! See? I told you there's no way Zephyr would have kicked the bucket.
Fine, you were right. What's the plan?
Well, we've got an ace up our sleeve and the enemy's in disarray. I say we strike while the iron's hot.
So we're finally going head-to-head with Balsef.
That's right. We can't afford
Some
to
people
mess
say
this
Balsef,
up.
and somebody
It's
say
now or never.
Balsaf.
Then now it is. We've all been waiting for this day for far too long.
Leave the plan to me. In the meantime, yeah, you two need to do something about your outfits.
I have just the thing for your size. Stay right there, okay?
Yeah, you're not wrong. This is probably... I need to be a little more inconspicuous, huh? Game.
Ta-da! I told you, it fits like a dream. I'm afraid we don't have any Renin clothing. I could find you some Danon outfits. But something tells me you'd rather pass.
Is this really that important?
In case you need reminding, I'm here because our interests overlapped. Nothing more. At no point did I say I've given up being a Renin.
Now, let's play nice. How about you ask Nate and see what he says? He's our one-stop shop for info around here. With any luck, he might just know something.
Ocean blue battle garb. Zephyr left the party. God. I love being called out on my fashion 5 seconds later. What? Somebody just Yahoo? Who's doing that? It's higher pitch now. Mario. Woohoo! Okay, that's our audio call out. So that's our audible An owl is near sign. Fuck, they do sticking skits.
Try to be careful not to stand out too much. You're the only Renan around here, you know.
I know. I was just thinking about how communal it feels here, even though it's only supposed to be slave quarters.
Huh? Oh, yeah. When you put it like that, I guess it is different from heavily patrolled Mosgul. Were you expecting something more depressing?
It's likely a sign that Balsef doesn't think you guys can do anything to him.
What?
I mean, if Balsef thought the Crimson Crows actually posed a threat to him, you'd figure he'd be trying harder to suppress them.
You... No. You're probably right about that. All of the other Danans that aren't with the Crimson Crows accept the Renan's rule as simply a fact of life. From the day we're born, no, probably even before that, it's been drilled into us that the only purpose our lives have is to help select the next sovereign.
If they don't like the status quo, then they should fight it. Otherwise, they're endorsing it either way.
I see it differently, but that's just me. Speaking of Renans, do all of them think about things the way you do?
I won't deny that among my fellow Renans, power and status are everything. However, that isn't what this is about for me. I have something I need to do, and I'll do whatever it takes, and use whoever and whatever I need in order to get the job done. To hell with power.
Alright, are you ready to get another friend? Woohoo! Goodbye.
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
Alright, we need to get a lot of owls. Oh, right. Again, you can't. Yeah, no, that's right. I love that there's a button prompt to descend a ladder, but I'm never gonna hit it. Right? I'm Mr. Bright Eyes. Nath. Alright, let's Ravagers equip shitty antenna, yeah. Like, that's what they call them. They call them bright eyes because they use that when you do arts. Zephyr's cool as hell and can kick anyone's ass. Okay. The big object in the sky, they just brought their homeworld. Well, they didn't just bring their homeworld. In the establishing bit, it says that, like, Donna was eternal and Rena is, like, paradise, right? And then Rena attacked. So, they didn't move it, but, like, anyway. What are Zoogles? Yes, that's correct. They gave us fashion. So the way it works is that you find owls out in the wild, and the owls give you fashion accessories. You just talk to an owl that's making Mario noises. It's great. What are astral arts? They're basically the word we use for magic. We're just calling it magic. It's magic. They're magic. Thanks. Alright, you got an outfit?
Nath, we need your help.
Ah, damn. Never the manpower when you... Huh? Help, huh? What kind? Is it urgent?
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, in that case, would you mind helping me out with something first? The work's really piled up around here.
What is it you'd like us to do?
Anything you can manage. No one cares about us slaves. That's why it's all the more important that we stick together and take care of each other. Check in with that guy.
Holy shit!
For details.
Do my ears and wings have a shadow?
Thanks in advance.
I wonder if something happened.
Damn. Okay, no wonder they won't let us size up things. Damn, okay. I understand why they won't let us change the size of the accessories now with the movement and such of them. I'm still very sad about it. Do the other costumes alter shadows as well? Well... Yes? Yeah, you can see the flowy, like, the flowy Artorias cape bits on that.
Hey.
Nope, alright. We've reached the end of voice acting town.
Yes!
I love that my wing just covers up Dyren here. Hmm?
I guess.
Okay, the Ziony mine is like the dead mine. Sandinus Ravine.
Got it.
One thing that's changed within Tales games from like Zestiria forward is that they don't have the ridiculously obscure bullshit side quest requirements. Like in Symphonia, where you have to open the door to the final dungeon and then leave without entering. Or like in Abyss, where you have a moment between entering a town and going to an inn that's about 5 seconds long, where you have to leave the inn, walk the entire continent to a different town, go talk to somebody in that town. You know, like that sort of nonsense. barks, grunt tracks. Like
I
the
had no idea the Crimson Crows were so active.
You sound pretty thrilled by that.
Thrilled? Maybe. But I'll settle for hopeful. We know now that not everyone is rolling over for the Renans.
yeah, because like don't understand how they again they're much better in this game and Berseria and such forward because they figured out that they sucked real bad. So so I can't go this way. Shouldn't you be going? Okay, so I probably have to go up the other way here to stand in this ravine. Maybe we can find another owl there. I'm gonna assume one owl per area. That's my assumption. Oh, no? Okay, maybe it... Hold on. Let's just back the way I came then. Yeah, okay, back the way I came. Wait. There's an owl. The Master Core. Oh. Oh, okay. So the very quick thing there said there's a Master Core for like their elemental. So anyway, let's go beat up on some wild thingies.
Get lost!
You're mine!
Magna Ray!
Take this! You're finished!
Take it! I'm only getting started!
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! Mirage!
Here I go! It's over!
Okay.
Magna Ray!
Swallow Blade! Slash! Rising Wyvern! No escape!
Oh god. Sonic.
Take this! Slash! Rising Wyvern!
Okay, that's one down.
Go! You're mine!
You're mine! Slash! Rising Wyvern! No escape!
One more!
Cool.
Mirage!
How long until these massacres have something to do with summon spirits? Ooh, that'd be fun. Like if the Master Cores had like Ifrit, whatever, in them. If they're elemental. Ram and Shadow and Gnome and... Those sorts of things are another staple within a Tales game. Not a 100%, but pretty heavy. Alright. Undini!
What? They're all dead? How did this happen?
Soldiers, that's how.
Are you Iron Mask?
No. Well, why would you think that?
Yeah, I am. Dairon sent me to help. Hang in there.
I'm so glad you made it. In the bushes over there. You'll...
Hang on. Sion, do something!
It's no use. He's already dead.
Damn them! They've killed so many of us, and it's still not enough! They won't be satisfied until they've wiped us all out like pests!
He mentioned something about those bushes. We should check them.
Is this a cooking pot? But what is it doing here?
If I had to guess, he put it there to make sure a Renan wouldn't steal it.
So even though he knew he was dying, he chose to use the last of his strength to hide it.
The wing is clipping
Believing
Mashi
someone
on
would
here.
Come for it. I guess you think it's stupid getting killed over a silly trinket, huh?
No. Clearly he risked his life for something he believed in. I would never mock someone for that. However, it will be up to us to figure out the purpose behind his dying act.
We'll make sure it wasn't in vain. If nothing else, this proves that the Renans can be outsmarted.
Because you put a pot in the bush?
Carry out your will and see it through to the end.
This is a hell of a
And we
cutscene.
better get going. We don't know when those soldiers might be back to make another sweep of the area.
No, I would never.
So this is what it means to fight the
I would
Renans.
never besmirch him for fighting what he believed
Of
in.
course I am. But if I'm gonna die one way or another, I'd rather go down fighting.
Please. He had a family, you know, like. I'm dying.
I hate camping out.
Yeah, at the campfire just to see if we get more
Hurry up
skits.
and go to sleep. I swear you can't walk 5 steps without tripping on a Zoogle. This is getting old.
Yeah? But wasn't it you Renans who brought the Zoogles here from Rena in the first place?
They're not just ordinary animals from Rena. Each of them has been modified to suit a particular purpose.
What's the big dragon for?
In fact, some Zoogles were originally derived from the animals on Dana. Or so I've heard.
What? You Renans couldn't stop at just the people of this planet? You had to screw with our nature too?
You can get angry all you want, but we have bigger fish to fry. So, are you going to work with me or not?
I will. It's in both of our own interests. Make sure to get some good rest. Well, off we go.
Are the owls genetically modified owls? Are there Zoogle owls? Zougles? Zougles? Zougles. Zougles? Zowls. I mean, yeah. Hoodle? Zoogle? Hoodle? Zaubers. The crossbred owl to make owl double owl. I've combined Luppy with Luppy to create Luppy Luppy. The most powerful person on the planet.
Get lost!
It's over!
Magna Ray!
It's over!
Here I go!
Swallow blade!
It's over!
So being on manual lets me do this, where I'm targeting one enemy, but I'm actually just beating up on the second one here, which is pretty nice.
Here, let me help!
Here I come! You're finished! You're mine!
I did not mean to jump there.
Just getting started!
Take this! It's over!
Go! It's over!
Swallow blade!
Oh, that's got a step back on it. I'm gonna have to be careful with that.
You're mine! You're finished!
Here I
Rising
go.
Wyvern!
You're
You're
mine!
on! You're mine!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Oh, that's our level up. Like, we have a little experience bar. That's neat. Huh. Yeah, I've made no money. So this is what I told you about the emoting under the mask. We have to respect the people who the sacrifice for what they've lost. Sorry, Daddy's dead. He brought you a pan for cooking. Don't lie to me. 800 gold. Oh, what the hell? Oh, what the hell is happening here? I have a Crystarium? Yup. Oh. I get a Crystarium for the DLC items? For the beach hair? As you fulfill for certain requirements for your characters, you unlock titles which unlock. Oh, this is like a Graces system. Okay. Do costumes come with skills? It looks like that you buy when you get the costumes on the DLC, they have skills on them too. It looks like that is the way I did reading this. You can spend skill points to learn arts, unlock titles. Make it worth spending early and often. Skill you don't have but you want to learn, highlight it and press X. Doing so will give you an alert when you. Oh, that's neat. That's a good feature. Like, yo, this is next in line. Okay, so this is the beach hero. So I do get, so I guess I should grab those at some point because they're all going to come with arts and things. Allows you to dodge once while in midair. Okay, we got a lot of stuff going on here, and we got increased AG gauge. Actually, maybe I don't care about that. Maybe I care about Sonic Thrust more. Alright, so then your skill gauge. Alright, so I need to go here, and I need to grab... So each of these are gonna have, like, skills with them. Damn. Okay. Oh, you get like water arts. Okay. Okay. So, oh boy. Okay. Yeah, that was just go to 1. It was a guts. If you take a hit, that would kill you. And you can see this attack gauge is 2 attack gauge, so... Wonder what our max gauge will look like.
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Maybe there's some...
I'm skeptical.
Right.
Ah, Zoogles have astral energy too.
All right.
Okay.
Got it.
Fashion being tied to actual skills is not something I expected, you know?
You're back, huh? Sounds like it was a real ordeal out there.
Yeah, because we didn't get one for the,
There aren't many of us who can take on those Renin armored soldiers.
we didn't get a set for the wings that I have, right? And the armor?
All we can do is make
so
sure we remember those who sacrificed their
it's not
lives
all
for
of
the
them.
cause.
Yeah. They won't be forgotten.
Glad to hear it. Now, what was that favor you wanted to ask me?
Wait.
Oh, right. Well, you see...
So then, you're wondering if I know of any places where you can find Renin equipment.
My face.
Anywhere with those damn bright eyes is gonna have tight security, of course. You can't just go
If
carelessly
I switch my
poking
face
around.
back and forth.
Unless... Across the wilderness outside Ulzebek, you'll find the Fagan ruins. There's some kind of old Renin castle out there.
What with it being impenetrable, I forgot.
But with a Renin tagging along, who knows? Maybe you can find some way in. You ask me, though, it's a lot of trouble for some Renin rags. If I were you, I'd get comfortable with Danon garbs.
Now we're
Those
gonna...
look like the ruins. Let's move.
Are we really going in there?
Yes. Now let's move.
Okay, that forced my outfit. Did you see that? That forced my iron mask on in that fight. Or in that fight, that cutscene. Interesting.
Hey, Shion, where does your gun come from?
Gun.
What do you mean, where does it come from?
When you're fighting, it looks like it just appears out of nowhere.
Oh, that's transferal technology. When I don't need my weapon, I submerge it in empty space. And when I do, I summon it. Make sense?
Not really, but it sounds pretty amazing.
Huh?
Well, that way you don't have to carry around any heavy weapons or worry about enemies trying to steal them, right? It's a pretty cool invention.
You realize you're praising the technology of your enemies, right?
So, technology's technology. It's not good or bad in and of itself.
I guess that's true.
What? I don't see the problem. Technology is just cool. The skill was in the demo and bothered to have a different background because it was in a different location? Oh, wow. I wonder, if I waited on that skit, I didn't have to do it. Is the skit background dependent on where I am? Because, like, say I was, like, we went, like, I just didn't have that skit go. Anyway.
Am I really doing this for some lousy cloak? There's Zoogles here, too?
Zoogles!
Hey!
You should always assume Zoogles everywhere you go.
Right.
Just a minute.
Oh, do we have like a combo, like an in-fight way to call for moves?
With that blade and your strength, the average Zoogle shouldn't be a problem, right?
Now give it a shot.
Azure Storm!
Here I
You're
go!
mine!
It's over!
It's on! Eat dirt!
Seven
Azure
Aqua!
Storm!
Huh.
Okay, downs enemies.
Warriors, this one's mine. I'll shoot them down. Take it. I never miss.
Jeez, this is my assist. This is my Marvel assist. Like,
You're mine!
Where are you going?
It's over! You picked the wrong fight! Azure Storm!
Take it.
Rising Wiper! Here I come!
By the power
You're
of
mine!
blood.
This one's all mine! Eat dirt!
If it's
Here
in the
I come.
sky, it's mine.
You're finished!
I never miss. By the power of water.
That gun of yours is real handy at a pinch.
It takes a true marksman
You
to
picked
use.
the wrong...
Well, can't think of anyone better than you, Shion.
we got in-fight
You're mine!
little quips. The little, almost too familiar quips because we're currently not allies as much as we should be, sort of thing.
We won.
You can hardly see anything from here.
Why don't we climb up higher and see if we can get a better view?
All right, let's go beat him up.
Right, here goes!
I never miss.
It's over! Mirage! Come
Freezing
one, come
storm.
on! Here I come! It's over!
Ice tornado.
You're mine! It's on! Eat dirt! Strike! Take this!
Okay, the ones that are on the ground I can't launch.
You're finished! Great! Next!
Freezing. These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummel.
Cut them apart to your heart's content. Looks like it could be worth something.
There's no post-battle lineup. That's strange to me. We gotta find the out.
What's this thing?
Found a potato. Just a normal potato. We found a Dragon Quest chest.
So these are the Fagin ruins? How'd you figure a place like this turns derelict?
Your guess is as good as mine. I didn't even know this place existed until we heard about it. All that matters to me is whether I can find anything to wear in there.
Why does she care so much about her appearance?
I'm sorry, did you just bonk bonk? Hold on. I heard that. Oh, shortcut to the skill panel. Zoogle. Yeah, like if he idles, he starts looking around to see if he's injured because the extremely not leprosy has him like, you know, hey, this happens to me daily. I ran into a cactus and now I'm dead. Potato. Bees. Alright, bees.
Let's dispose of the trash. I'm only
You're
getting
finished.
started.
Rising Wyvern!
Gemini Aqua!
I'll take you all on!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Got you! Take this! It's over! We got flyers!
I've got this!
Front!
Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
One more!
Here I come!
By the power of water!
I'm not done! Slash! Swallow blade! You're mine! It's over!
You're mine!
Swallow blade!
Cool. Yeah, the fight.
I won't rest until I'm the best I can be.
Still striving to be on par with the Lord?
You simply can't be too strong when battle is a part of your everyday.
It's very funny that the battle quotes and the post-battle quotes feel like they have like the character relationships of us, but after we're done with this first area. You know what I mean? Like where we understand Shion's motivations more.
An opponent like this should be easy.
There! Go!
You're
Let
finished!
the marksman handle this!
Swallow blade! Slash!
Where are you going?
Zorch!
That bumping is driving me mad! We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back. Front! Rising Wyvern!
One more!
Mirage!
Seems about right to me.
I want to change Swallow Blade to Sonic Thrust because I want that to be a get-in move. Can you actually play a Shion? Oh yes, absolutely. More recent Tales games have gone out of their way to make sure that all of the I say more recent, almost every Tales game goes out of its way to make all of the playable characters like play differently. So, but I generally stick with our lead for now. But like, that's a big thing about Tales games is being able to. Hi. We're going through.
No escape! This one's all mine! Here I come! It's over!
There! Let the marksman handle this! By the power of water!
No escape! Sonic thrust!
Sighted! It's over! Magna Ray! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Magna Ray!
This one's mine!
Where are you going? Take it!
Here I come!
Yeah. So, just to show off, yeah, I can just
Our
swap.
work is done here. Let's move.
You can swap on the
Behind you,
fly.
Shion.
So yes, to answer your question. I could call assists for anybody. You can use it as a dodge. Help.
No choice! Here I come!
Magna Ray!
Ah!
Aqua!
You're mine! No!
Whoa, Demon Fang! Yo, we're finally there. It's Demon Fang.
Demon Fang!
Magna Ray!
Take this! You're finished!
Gemini Aqua!
Demon Fang!
Nice, nice, nice.
You're mine! Demon Fang!
Power of water!
Here I come! Demon Fang!
We managed to pull through.
I'll be happy to let Gnome know later that we did find, did in fact find Demon Fang. An owl anywhere? There's gotta be an owl out here, so we gotta scour the area for the owl. There's no TP. Can you use arts as much as you want? No. So in combat, I'll kind of show off here.
An opponent.
So when I unpause, take a look at the bottom left below our character. There's gonna be 3 diamonds.
Like this should be.
See those 3 diamonds over our health bar?
They've got me surrounded.
As I use an art that uses a diamond.
A freezing
And then the diamonds come back as I'm fighting.
Demon Fang! Here I come!
But they don't come back in a combo. You have to drop a combo and kind of back off.
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Chain capacity is another very close system to it.
By the power of water!
Take this! Demon Fang!
By the power
Oh, they're on the ground.
Onward and upward.
But yeah, you can see the cure point ball is how much I can use healing. That's like that is like TP. That one's almost expressly TP for healing spells. So, boy, they sure do buying a lot of fire around here. Yeah, we can, because like we even have an orange shell. Like, where's orange shell? So like orange gel heals the cure points, but yeah, it feels really nice. I'm quite happy with how combat is playing out in this. Duh.
No choice. You're mine!
Here I go.
It's over!
It's over.
This
one's
all
mine.
Rising Wyvern! Strike! Damn it!
Gemini
No
Aqua!
escape!
This is it.
You're mine!
Freezing storm.
Mirage!
I
Here
got
I
it.
come! It's over!
And I've got my one air dodge.
Here I go.
It's over!
You're mine.
She has a spin dodge.
Nicely done.
Alright, if you hear an owl, that's what we're here for.
I won't forgive you!
You're mine! Come and face me! Rising Wyvern!
Take it!
Mirage! Here I come!
It's over!
Take this! Mirage!
Freezing
Eat dirt!
storm! Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
You're mine!
That ice tornado is pretty dang powerful.
Take this! Here I come! Sonic thrust! It's over! Here I come! It's over! Demon Fang!
Here.
You're mine! It's over! Demon Fang!
Back into the fray. There. Pounce this.
I'm not done! Demon Fang!
By the power of
Rising
water.
Wyvern! You're mine!
There we go. Air combos feel really cool.
We managed to pull through.
What could this be?
Okay. Keep your eye out for Owl. Probably up here.
Let's dispose of the trash.
No escape!
Mega Ray!
Oh, God.
Here, let me help. First aid!
Okay, here I go! I'm not done!
Here I go. You're mine.
Demon Fang! Strike!
By the power. Where are you going? Mega Ray!
Here I come!
Here's a healing arm.
You're mine!
First
You're
aid.
finished! Demon Fang!
I'm only getting started. By the power of water.
Here I kiss on!
Here, let me
Rising
help.
Wyvern!
Okay, I was just saying we get the kill before it.
Why'd you heal me?
Any injuries?
You got some blood somewhere, right? Hello, Rock.
Get lost.
You're mine!
Mega Ray.
Sonic thrust! You're mine! Demon
Freezing
Fang!
storm.
You picked the wrong fight!
Ice tornado.
Take this! You're finished!
Here I go.
Mirage!
Go find someone else to take on.
Take this! Demon Fang!
Here, let me help.
Next!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's
Demon
content.
Fang!
Mega Ray.
Take this! You're mine!
Here's a healing arm.
Strike!
Let the
Now I
marksman
can let
handle
loose.
this. Mega
Demon
Ray.
Fang!
Cool.
Well then, let's keep moving.
Is it like equipped? Like, do I have to... Because if my max AG is up +1, why is it not 4 in a fight?
Right, here
Here's a
goes!
healing arm.
Here I come!
First aid.
You're finished! Demon Fang!
By the power of water.
Demon Fang!
Huh.
Here I
Must be
come.
something I don't understand about that system yet.
By the power of water.
Take this! You're mine! Pierce through! Rising Wyvern!
Help.
Mirage!
Maybe I have to, like, use it enough, or I don't know. Secretly had it the whole time, maybe.
Looks like we won.
It just counts it as number 3 or whatever. Some mean Zoogles. Alright, let's go find a Hoodle. Come on, Hoodle. That is extremely a bombable rock. It's the most bombable looking rock I've ever seen in life. Alright.
Right, here goes!
Ah, Wolfenbee.
I'm only getting started.
Lewis, get his on! Rising
I'm
Warper!
only getting started. Send my ultra.
Lewis, skate! Demon Fang!
We're cleaning out these fights pretty cleanly.
Smithereens.
Demon Fang! Here I come! You're finished! Demon Fang! Take
Here
this!
I go. I'm only getting started.
Demon Fang!
By the power of water.
Good old Demon Fang.
I still got a ways to go.
Really like how quick fights start and stop. I was right. Oh.
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Running out of orb space there. Orange gel, that's good. That gets me more healing.
Great. Now I'm hurt and dirty.
I broke 3 legs somehow. This sucks because I can feel pain. Alright, let's go in the hole. This entire side quest is just to get some clothes.
I wonder if those are the Fagin
Which is
ruins
fine.
below us.
Fashion is number
Shouldn't
one.
be too much farther now, if that's the...
I guess it's been a while since I had a bite to eat. Don't worry about me. I'm used to working while I'm hungry. It's no big deal.
It is a big deal. You should eat whenever you can. The last thing I need is you keeling over in the middle of a fight just because you didn't eat.
Tapping
Never
fingers
thought I'd
thing
get
again.
lectured on eating by a Renin, of all people.
Yeah, well, some of us Renins know what it's like to go without food, believe it or not.
What do you mean? I thought
This isn't about me. Now, are you going to eat or not?
I would, if we had anything to eat. But we
We have
don't.
20 fish.
Actually, I have a little bit of food on me.
You've been carrying that stuff around this whole time? I'm not sure it's gonna be enough for the both of us, though.
That's why we're going to cook it instead.
His dying words.
Cook? I've never done anything like that before.
Me neither, to be honest. But we've got to make something out of all this, so might as well try.
I am not in control here.
What are you staring at me for?
Your clothes are all about function over form. You should think about sprucing them up a little.
She does care of
Why? What purpose would it serve?
I guess
fashion.
you're right.
Fashion over everything.
I just think you'd look good with a little blue thrown in somewhere.
All right, I'll think about it.
Fashion over everything. Shion loves fashion. Oh, when you rest, you cook. Okay, sure. Depending on who cooks the meal. Oh my god. Mabo curry bun is one of the DLC foods. Of course it is. The Mabo curry bun was the big food in Zestiria and such. God, they get. Look at all these visuals.
This should definitely keep you guys full. You really do eat through that mask of yours, huh?
It's just
I'm impressed
Waddle
you
Dee.
can manage so
It's
well.
Waddle Dee. It's Waddle Dee.
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. You get used to it after a while. Still, I'm glad we decided to stop and fill our stomachs. I've got a newfound respect for cooking now. But I guess that's easy when you're used to eating everything raw. It would have been perfect if it had any flavor.
Sorry it didn't live up to your palate.
Oh, no, that wasn't a knock on you. I was just... Sorry. That's not how I should thank you for cooking for me.
You've got me curious now. Is it just pain you can't sense, or are your taste buds shot too?
Oh, sure, my taste buds work fine. Although, apparently what I like tends to be a little out there.
How so? What's so unusual about what you eat?
Rocks.
Well, one time I couldn't get enough of these things I picked off a plant, but everyone else said they were way too spicy. Doc thinks maybe I crave spicy food to compensate for the lack of pain I feel.
Sure. Food has to be super
Maybe
spicy.
it's best I take charge of the cooking. You know, just to be on the safe side.
That like makes
I
sense.
can't guarantee it'll be to your tastes, though.
I said I'm sorry. Look, I'll learn to tone down my tastes in the future, so let's just put that slip of the tongue behind us already.
These two have such a strange dynamic for like... Oh, wait, that was a title. Yo. Okay. Hold on, what do you get? Toxicity in our city?
Well, off we go.
I hate camping out.
And into the ruins. The Master Core. Alright, so in the ruins, we're looking for Whoa. Right. Sorry. The rest of the game so far for the last hour and a half has been like, here's shitty town with no technology. I forgot that there's space, these are space invaders who showed up and kicked our ass. Remember?
This must be it. Looks pretty ancient, but I recognize Renan architecture when I see it.
It's seen some beatings. If it stayed sealed all this time, it's not because people left it alone.
It's not just their technology. The Renans build their structures out of special materials, too. Strong enough to withstand assaults from Danon tools and weaponry, anyway.
So how the hell are we?
Easy.
That's very funny.
Phew. That may not have been a fancy feast we just had, but I don't remember the last time I felt this full.
Do the Renans often not give you all enough to eat?
It's never enough. The Renans decide exactly how much we'll have and when we'll have it. And that's that. We do our best to get around it. Everyone has to grow their own food and such behind the Renans' backs in order to get by. Thinking about it now, I wonder if they've always kept it meager so we would never have the energy to try to resist what they've done to us.
Yeah. An empty stomach takes its toll on the body and the spirit after
Fancy
a while.
feast.
How does a Renan like you know what it's like?
I may be Renan, but they don't like me either. I could be squeaky clean and they still wouldn't give me anything.
Did your stomach just...
I didn't hear anything.
But you just ate. How are you already...
I said I didn't hear anything.
I still have some I haven't eaten yet. Do you want it?
Sure.
Alright, let's check
I
out.
hate that I can see what's on the other side. I can't just walk in.
It's a defensive barrier. That's how it works. If we want to get through, we have to find the mechanism to lift it. Looks like this place used to be a supply base of some sort. It probably even dates back to the Great Conquest of 3 centuries ago.
For an abandoned place, sure is crawling with critters. Kinda makes you wonder how they all got in.
Through cracks in the walls, I guess. Maybe it's a good environment for these species to propagate in. Best not to let your guard down either way. Best not to let your guard down either way.
Agreed. I don't know about you, but I'm not...
Did it just play that line twice using 2 different takes?
looking to hang around here any longer than necessary.
Best not to let your guard down, either way.
Right, here goes! You're mine! It's over!
By the power of
Rising Wyvern! No escape!
there, go!
Back off.
Harder! Not
You're
again!
mine!
You picked the
I
wrong
never
fight!
miss! This is it!
Fuck him up, fuck him up.
It's over!
I love audio glitches like
We're
that.
in good form!
That is indeed what they say.
I won't forgive you!
You're mine! Pierce through! It's over!
It's over!
You're mine!
By the
Pierce
power of
through!
water!
Sonic thrust! Rising Wyvern! You're finished! Here I come! You're mine! Great!
Sand. Ancient treasure chest.
A chest of some sort?
A Renan kind, yeah. We should definitely hold on to what's inside.
I feel like a Metroid's gonna be around some corner in here. You know? I think Mirage is pretty good art.
I'm not done. Demon Fang. Here I come.
Reminds me of the Hangar and Start Xenoblade. I've been getting a lot of Xenoblade vibes from this game as well.
Yeah. You got it.
You're mine. Demon Fang.
Seems about right to me.
Garly and Cash, I can see that too. Because Xenoblade is the one I'm thinking closest to. Not on combat. Combat's way different.
Can we give up already?
What, you're tired?
Tired of something, all right.
I'm not giving up until we search every inch of this place.
She's really determined to find those clothes.
Fashion matters, dude. Fashion's the most important thing in the world. I like Shion a lot because fashion's the most important thing. After killing all the lords or whatever. I should just kill you.
This one's mine. This is it.
You're mine. It's over.
Gemini Alpha!
Here I come. Demon Fang.
By the power of water. Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Yeah, Star Ocean and Tails are the exact same thing to me.
Out of our way.
Demon Fang.
Hear me, flame of fury! They got me surrounded.
Mirage.
Gemini Aqua!
Here I come.
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
That's one down.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Sonic Thrust. Demon Fang.
A freezing
Here I
storm!
come. You're mine.
Ice tornado!
Mirage. Rising Wyvern. Thrust.
Pounce it! Mega ray!
You're mine. You're finished.
Yeah, that's why I put them in the same category, because they
Looks like it could be worth something.
are in a lot of ways. Alright, what do we got in here? A different treasure chest.
Is this Renin technology? I'm amazed you guys can pull something like this off.
For us, sites like this are completely normal.
For me, this is normal, Brad.
This must be...
The former owner's old wardrobe. Yeah.
Steal
I
everything.
wonder how long they've hung here.
Steal
They
everything.
don't look like they've aged a day.
Steal everything.
The designs are a little dated, but it'll have to do.
Steal everything.
Listen, I get it. You care how you look. But we've got places to...
What is it?
No.
Gun.
Nothing. We've kept Zephyr and the others waiting long enough. We should head back.
Noble Scarlet. Scarlet Tiara.
Okay, let's head back to Ulzebek.
You're in a good mood. Were you that happy to find a new outfit?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the same as ever.
Okay, so I've got Void Tiara, Scarlet Tiara, Ponytail, and then we have these. Which are really good. Oh, that's really cool. Oh. Yeah, definitely an upgrade. Oh, the Noble Ash is just our... Got it. I think it was said earlier that if Noble Ash looked white, it would just be... yeah. So I'm told. Okay, so then I can just get rid of this rifle. Well, I might want to hold on to this rifle for, fashion. Also, Vesperia trained me to never sell a weapon ever, so I'm not selling a weapon. Like, you can't fool me. Like...
You said before that this probably used to be a supply depot, right? But Nay thought it was a Renin castle. I wonder what it actually is.
Who knows?
Who knows?
What, can't I not know something? You didn't think I knew every last thing about my own kind, did you?
I didn't say that.
From what I've heard, a lot of the materials that were initially brought over from Rena 300 years ago were repurposed for other things over time. So it's entirely possible that this place used to be both a supply depot and a lord's castle at different points in time. They're not mutually exclusive. I couldn't tell you when the lord's castle moved to its current location, though. Well, satisfied?
Yeah. Thank you. You know, for telling me about all that.
It's not like I mentioned anything that useful. Come on, let's keep moving.
So now we have clothing, now we can go join the rebellion. For real. Oh, I did hear a note. Somebody mentioned a note. And that is that there is a missable thingy in the game. That there's an area where you're on a boat at some point for some reason, and you don't get to go back to the boat. So if you don't grab everything on the boat, you can't ever get it. Is what I've been told.
No choice. Come one, come all.
If it's in the sky,
You're
it's
mine.
mine.
It's over.
Get on the ground.
Take this. Demon Fang. It's over.
Yeah, the one, it's a specific missable. I don't know much more details on exactly what it is, because, like, I wasn't looking for it, but... Wasn't looking for details, but there is a specifically one missable like that. I guess we'll find it our own,
work is
too,
done
so...
here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Whoa!
I found...
Oh my god, sweet.
some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Let's dispose of
Pierce emblem. I really love having a dodge roll and a button, by the way. If you haven't noticed, I just have this dodge roll like this. Oh my god, I can link it.
Onward and upward.
What could this be?
Up, hip, 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 hip.
Get lost!
Take this! Take this! Take this! Mirage!
By the power of one!
Take this!
Where are you going?
Love to have the assist button. That's a really cool button. I love that they just teleport from wherever they are to do the assist. The way out is... Yeah, when you use it for yourself, it's like just pulling off a super. When you use it for like your partner, it's like an assist. It's not quite a... I'm certain we will have mystics. Oh god, I can't wait till we get mystics. This is way too early to get mystics.
Want to get back to Ulzebek?
Yeah, we better. We don't have time to waste.
Someone's in a hurry.
Oh, hey. Some areas may be inaccessible at certain points in the story. Alright, how blown up is Ulzebek?
We've reached our destination.
You know, not any more on fire than it was before. Very Karnak. That's it. That's what this place is. It's Karnak. We mine fire. Yeah. Okay, no wet there.
Yeah.
How's this?
Huh?
Damn it hell.
Okay.
Potato.
Thanks.
Hunger averted. And we got steamed potatoes recipe.
Sorry for the side trip.
We got to learn a new dish. I'll take what I can get, really. Let's cook it next time we make camp.
Is that why she went along with this?
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's nifty. Oh. There's threatening titles. Okay. I can make anything out of fire. Furniture out of fire, clothing out of fire. Oh look, my meter. We'll see when we're out of the cutscene.
Crap!
What?
No way! Damn it!
Just where do you think you're going?
You know where. Moscow.
What good is it going to do to...
I don't need your permission.
So look at the food over on the right, under the map. Like, that, when you cook, it has a duration and how long the buff lasts. And you can see that it's going down based on the... Alright.
An opponent like this should be easy.
When I cooked earlier, it said time-based, so...
Rising Wyvern! Eat dirt! You're finished! Mirage! We did it! Here I come!
Ice tornado!
Take this!
Like, it was like 19 minutes.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Pepper. Keep your eyes out for the owl. Oh shit, guards.
Right, here goes! You're Rising Wyvern! You're mine! It's over! Mirage! I won't show you any mercy! You got spirit!
Ooh.
Demon Fang! You're mine! I'm not done!
Here
Take this! Take this! Mirage! Demon! You're You're mine! Thanks! Take this! It's over! Rising Wyvern! Here I come! Mirage!
Here's a hit one's mine.
Alright, you need to get the hell off.
It's over!
I never miss.
Rising Wyvern! It's over!
Take it.
Mirage!
You're mine.
You're mine! You're finished! Mirage! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! You're mine!
Oh, yeah!
Now! You're mine!
Ooh, I did the perfect card.
Demon Fang!
And again.
Take this! It's over! Mirage!
Here, let me help.
You're mine! Demon Fang!
Water.
Take this! You're
Here's a healing art.
Here I come! I owe you one.
Magna ray.
You're mine!
Have a good one, Booker. Oh, I should mention, the plan for today is that we're going to go until like 5:30, and then I'm going to break for dinner, and then we'll come back around like 7:30. Probably 7, closer to 7:30, actually. And then we'll go for another few hours. So, that's today's plan.
What could this be?
Okay. Owl Epistos fashion seems incredibly aimed at me, yes.
There are fewer soldiers stationed at the garrison than usual. They must have gotten deployed to Moscow.
Doc, cool. Everyone, please be safe.
Gotta break through! I'm not done! Rising Wyvern! Strike! Mirage! Pierce through! Here I come! Here I come!
Who
It's
wants to
over!
die next?
Demon Fang!
Demon Fang.
The guy is mine.
Take this! It's over! Mirage!
Looks like we won.
Oh? Welcome to the Cave of Solitude.
Looks like this place opens out into the ocean.
The water's so much cleaner than what's on the surface. I even see fish swimming around.
Yeah, and boy, do they look delicious.
What?
Never mind.
What? I really enjoyed Shion having a ton of, like, you know, little character beats going on and, like, you know, what? I don't... Never mind. Shh, it's fine. Oh, that reset the encounters in the area.
No choice. It's over.
Mine.
You're finished. You picked the wrong fight.
Mine.
Here I come. Rising Wyvern. Mirage.
How's this?
Here I come. You're finished.
I need another aerial art.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Need a non-embarrassing sword. Our sword is so garbage. Oh, also, no, we learned Demon Fang.
Right, here goes. Demon Fang. I'm not done. You're mine. Pierce through. Here I come. Rising Wyvern. No escape.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Owl? Owl! Yes! I love that the owl has the thing on the owl. It even has they even have the shadow too. Goodbye.
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
Just making my as the 14 character. Yes. At some point, they're gonna give me the Alexandrian visor, and I'll be done, right?
Right, here goes. You got spirit. You're mine. Die. No escape. Here I come.
They really don't give up, do they?
Now you learn.
I need to dodge. Ooh, there's a little dig ding that's telling me we're low on
Try harder. My turn.
Nice try. Go to hell.
Take this. You're finished. I'm not done. Rising Wyvern. Here I come. Take this.
God, these things have a lot of health. These dudes.
Rising Wyvern. You're finished. Rising Wyvern. It's over. Demon Fang.
Shit, that got off. Demon Fang.
Any injuries?
Grilled mushrooms.
You think it might be useful? We should try it and see how it turns out.
This game is missing an overworld first strike. I wonder if we'll get that at some point. Because it feels like something like that's just a Tales game thing, right? Yeah, like where's the Sorcerer's Ring? That's the item.
An opponent like this should be easy. It's over. You're mine. You're finished. Mirage. You're mine. Demon Fang. You're mine. You're finished.
Yeah, we have 4 more characters to get.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Minimum. So, and, you know, because we still have, like, we're still effectively in, like, tutorial beginning of game land. My hope would be that we, like, exit that and that's when we can take the break for dinner. That'd be good timing.
What could this be?
Mogulo shows up, no explanation? Yes. Nah, that's a good idea. That's a smart play. Mogulo shows up, no explanation. Mogulo's just here. And you all have to deal with it.
Right, here goes. Take this.
Oh god, you're right, there's gotta be a cameo fight. Well, who knows who or what that'll be. But this Tales games always have them. That's way future, though. Hey, you know what? This game is being certain about its timeline, though. Ow.
Seems about right to me.
Shion. Yeah, this game, like, they specifically have been 300 years. Alright. I guess let's head forward now that we've gotten everything. Grab another carp. It's not a fantasy fish, it's just a carp. It's not a fantasy bird, it's just chicken. I haven't seen a video, but everybody's been hollering about, yeah. I'm being chased. Alright, so our village is burning down. So let's go watch and see if Mo's gold. Alright, let's go check out the Karnak fire mines.
Now you'll learn. Mess with my friends, will you? You just crossed the wrong line!
I'm not done. Rising Wyvern.
Damn it, baby!
Where are you going?
You're finished.
Mid-air dodge.
A freezing storm. Ice tornado.
Here I come. It's over. Rising
Hey, hang in there. Hey! Damn it.
I love the cat ears so much.
Too late.
Stop. Please, don't hurt the children.
Son, damn it, I can't reach them in time.
Get back, Cole.
Doc! Cole! Stop!
Not if I can help it! Go to hell! You're mine!
It's over!
Lightning Wyvern! No escape! Mirage! You're mine! Here I come! You picked the wrong fighter!
But that reset my combo entirely. Yeah, okay. That's a burst.
Are you all right? What about the others? Are those bastards still here?
Iron Mask, take it easy. It's all right now. Most were able to escape, and we've survived. Honestly, we got off lucky. It's often worse when a resistance group pops up.
Lucky? You call people getting slaughtered like this lucky?
This is how things go when you're a Danon slave.
Again, they're making the barrels of fire. Yes, in the background.
You're dead if you stand up to them. Keep your head down and do as you're told. At least then you have a chance to survive. You only have one life. That's why...
I should wait for the right moment?
Yes.
So someone else dies instead while we live another day. Is that what you're saying, Doc? You're willing to risk everything on the chance that things will get better if we wait long enough. But what's the point of waiting if others have to die so that we can live?
What do you think happens when someone tries to resist? It'd be one thing if the rebel died, and that was that. But it never ends with only one death. You've seen it for yourself. Everyone suffers for it. Knowing that, are you really going to tell me our waiting has no meaning?
But that's... I understand not wanting to throw away the same lives we're trying to protect. That would be senseless. But if you wait too long, if you get too used to waiting, then eventually you lose the will to fight. I don't want that to happen to me.
Sad cat ears.
I've already met the Crimson Crows. People who risk their lives to fight the Renan's rule. People who know they might not live to see us win, but fight anyway to give those who come after a better chance. If my life is at risk either way, then I'd rather spend it fighting.
So you've decided to take up the sword?
Well, I mean, it's a pretty shitty sword, yes.
Yes, but not just any sword. It's a sword that only I can wield, but one that's also too powerful to use on my own.
It's the coolest sword. It's a fire
I doubt
sword.
those who fought the Renans in the past ever had something like this on their side. That's why I'm willing to bet everything I have on this sword. I know it might mean more people end up in danger, but...
Okay. If that's how you feel, then forget what I said. It's clear your time has come, Iron Mask.
Oh, well, you know what? Screw it. Let's deliver it rebellion.
Currently, you and that sword are the only things capable of driving the Renans back. It's because of you that we're still alive right now. If there's a way through this for all of us, then I'll put my trust in you to find it.
Doc, thank you.
Now, remember what you said. And don't ever abandon that conviction of yours, all right?
Right. I won't.
You've grown so much since we first met. And you've met some good people, too. Maybe you have a chance after all.
Oh, no, Dragon Quest Kid. very fun so far. Has a kind of wacky, like, not a wacky tone, but a wacky shift in tone in the sense that it's like, the world is hell. We have been slaves for 3,000 years and everything is awful forever. Also, you have cat ears and a cat tail. Combat's been really fun. Yeah, the fact that we only have our two main... No, it doesn't suck. It's just, like, I guess the life sucks because we're all like slaves who live in terrible zone. That's literally, we mine fire. You know? This barrel? These barrels? These are just full of fire. That's it. That's all that's in them. It's fire. Oh, if you see owl locations, you can hoot an owl location at me. That one I will accept. Everything else don't, but owls are fine to hoot at me. I'm going around a lot because, like, I know the owls hoot, so if I stick around. Alright, hold on. Owl detection. Can you find the owl hidden? Aha! Finally.
Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo!
Every owl has a different voice. So the
I'm
Mario
surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah.
owl side of
more
total
of them around
5.
than I thought.
Wait, so, okay. So the existence of every owl having a unique voice means that the Mario voiced owl implies a Wario voiced owl. Yeah. Hell yes. God, I love fashion. But yeah, like anything else I want to, find on my own. But if there's an owl that I miss, you like, please point out owl. We can do that. That one's completely fine. I want more owls. I'm currently operating under the assumption of 1 owl per map. That's my current assumption. Every map should have 1 owl, which means that the place we went, that we got this fashion, we didn't find an owl in, so we might have missed an owl. I can just go to Wilsonbeck.
You're back. Hurry on in. We've been waiting for you.
You're not gonna ask what happened?
I can tell enough by the way you look right now.
The look on your face tells me everything. Your droopy cat ears.
Zephyr, I need to ask you something.
Like, we literally have droopy cat ears.
Would you have invited me to join you, even if I didn't have the blazing sword?
Of course.
Why, though?
There aren't many folks out there who are crazy enough to resist the Renins like we do. So when I find someone with the knack for it, I make sure to keep them close. Plus, you remind me of another guy we lost. Maybe deep down, I'm trying to help you as a way of making amends for what I couldn't do for him. But if you don't want this, just say the word.
I'm not going anywhere. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here.
If you say so. All right.
Thanks.
All right.
Yes. What's wrong?
Finally, Dyron, please help me. I'm literally wielding a pile of rust. Oh, are we finally going to Balsef?
Got it.
Yeah, let's go do a blacksmith.
We've reached our destination.
Okay, this is way more important. I also need to stay at the inn because I'm almost out of points. Yo.
Hey.
Yeah.
I would need 1 astral crystal grain. Yo, look at that sword, though. That is wild. A sword made by combining Zoogle parts. That's also a Zoogle gun.
Thanks.
Good, good.
Alright, we got some money and some more SP. Doing side quests for like 150 SP on side quests is huge.
Yeah, these ingenious structures and gadgets never cease to amaze me. Check out these handle grooves.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing here.
Oh my god. Are you a sword guy? You might be a sword guy. But, like... No, the thing I was thinking here was that, like, in a fight, when we win a fight, we get about 4 to 6 SP. When we do a side quest, we get 150. So, like, it's super important to do all the side quests that we can. Alright.
All right, everyone. It's time. Remember, eyes on the prize. We're after Balsef, nothing else. Cut off the head, and the snake perishes. Hit them head on, however, and we won't make it through the castle gates, let alone reach Balsef himself. Luckily, we have an ace up our sleeve. We need to do everything in our power to make sure that ace reaches Balsef's jugular. To that end, I'll be splitting us up into separate forces.
So our opening here has been a lot more complex than Bizarria's.
Head on would be useless.
Well, like, oh, maybe not more. It's like 2-part. Probably more like
the decoys.
Bizarria's opening plus the prison.
Time they need to get in. We only need to cause enough of a ruckus around the castle to distract the enemy. That said, we need to look like the real deal, which is why I'll be tagging along too.
You too, Zephyr? So, who's going to take on Balsef?
The Iron Mask.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you and Shion to make your way to wherever Balsef's hiding. Once there, you drive that flaming sword right through him.
You aren't seriously sending in just those two, are you? One of them's a Renin.
No one said the plan was perfect. By far, the biggest danger is the one you two will be facing. The fate of this quest rests entirely in your hands, which is why you get the final say. You want out? Now's the time to say so.
And if we say no?
Then you say no. Just means we're back to square one, that's all.
And I go back to being a slave.
It's your life.
No, it isn't.
Ball's in your court, soldier. What do you say?
Balsef in your court.
I want to fight.
We got a much better sword now, that's nice.
But for what? What are you fighting for?
To free the Danans from the yoke of their abusive oppressors. To no longer die at the whim of another. To break the shackles of our enslavers. To live and taste freedom!
Now you're talking. I believe we have our ace in the hole, people.
Gentle John, thanks for the sub.
Hold on to that belief, and we just might break through that wall yet. And what about you?
There's no world just for Reploid.
I was born ready. Now can we get this show on the road?
There's a gate on your right once you leave here. Go through it and ride the elevator you'll find. I'll send ahead a few friendly faces to keep watch on your way. If you get into any trouble, look to them for support. We all clear? Good. May this battle herald the end of Renin's bloody 3-century reign. To your battle stations, everyone.
He eats like a Waddle Dee.
I I still can't believe this is happening. We're really about to face off against a Renin Lord.
Well, you're in pretty high spirits for a guy going into a life and death battle.
I'm not saying I'm not worried. But you have to remember, this is the first time any of us Danans have really had any hope. What about you? You scared at all?
I don't have time to be scared. This is only the first step in a long, long plan of mine.
You want to take down all 5 lords, right? It's hard to believe it'll ever happen.
But it will.
I know. I haven't forgotten our deal.
See that you don't. That said, if we lose, we might suffer a fate worse than death, you know.
That's probably true. But instead of worrying about it, wouldn't it be a better use of our time to figure out ways to avoid that and not lose?
I suppose.
Whatever happens, I'll put everything I have into winning. You can count on that.
Shion as the final boss, who's like the 6th lord or whatever. You know how it goes, right? All right, let's head towards... Yeah, bearer of the curse and all that. Five or more or fewer. Yes, yes.
Balsef's castle should be just above us.
All right. And let's use that elevator thing.
All right. The Trench of Flame.
Zephyr and the Crimson Crows are supposed to be distracting the Renans from the front.
Then let's go around and sneak in elsewhere.
That's Zephyr from the Crimson Crows! Kill him!
I hope he's gonna be okay.
Is now really the time to be worrying about him? We've still got a job to do.
Y'all good over there? This really feels like that one God Hand area to me. I don't know why that... Oh. Dog ear.
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
Okay, you know what? I want to bet. I don't know if I want to bet, but I have this inkling that what's going to happen is we're going to go beat up the Lord. Cool, we're free. And then the game is just going to become, like, much sillier in plot, I hope. Like, yeah, we're going around and killing the other 4 lords, but, like, all of a sudden the tone just shifts to, like, silly rather than, like, 300 years of slavery. Roll fire mines.
It's gates of fire sure look intimidating.
Oh, right, the Gate of Fire.
We can't say this place is truly liberated until we do something about them.
What are you muttering about? Stay focused. We still have to take down Balsef. I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
Didn't find this one. Yeah, more owls for you. Ah, that doesn't work. Ooh. Elfelt. Big Elfelt. You only need one eye.
What could this be?
Okay.
We should be getting close to the service entrance.
Good. Let's get in there and kick their asses.
Pointing.
Is this someone's idea of a bridge?
Looks like it. Don't fall, or this will be a pretty short story.
All right. Found the service entrance. And there's all the fire that they harvest here.
It's already started. We need to hurry.
Hold on. You should take the blazing sword.
Are you sure?
Yeah. We don't know what might happen up ahead. It's better to have it and be ready than to be caught in a fight without it.
This is another part that makes me think of Xenoblade, but 2 in particular. Alright.
The flames.
I took the liberty of cutting the flow of energy from the Master Core. I may be giving you the sword, but you still need me to unleash its power. Try not to forget that.
Just put a second sword on my back. Oh, shit. Ooh, we get infernal moves now. Yo, Rising Phoenix. Hell yeah. Rising Phoenix, and Burning Phoenix. were in Eternia, like two of Reed's like final moves that were really good. But they also were really good. Rising Phoenix has been good in a lot of Tales games. Do we have Demon Fang? We have Demon Fang, yes. Allows Flame Edge to be charged in exchange for damage. Oh, we take HP damage? Oh! Oh. Right, the sword burns us. Sure. That makes sense. Alright. Boost attack Blazing Sword. Initiates searing swing that burns your own body. Able to down almost any enemy. Okay.
Where the hell is Balsef? If we don't hurry up and find him...
You're too close. Try to stay farther apart.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. Was I really that close?
I guess I'm just not used to standing right next to people.
You mean because of your thorns? You're a surprisingly nice person.
What?
You don't think so? I mean, you just made sure your thorns wouldn't...
You can keep your opinions to yourself. You don't know the first thing about me.
I'm not saying I know everything about you. Sheesh. No need to bite my head off.
You just can't take a hint, can you?
What? I'm sorry.
You can see the second sword now.
You're right. I don't know what sorts of hardships you've been through. After all, what could I possibly know about pain?
I know you didn't mean anything bad by what you said. The throne room is up on the next floor. That's probably where we'll find Balsef. Hey.
What?
If there's something you want to say, just come out and say it.
Huh?
I hate when I feel like people are laughing at me on the inside. Especially someone like you where I can't read your expression.
What? Why would I laugh at you? What are you talking about?
My outfit. As soon as you saw me in those ruins, you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Oh, it's not that. It's just...
Just what?
Nothing.
You're a truly awful person. You know that?
An awful... Hey, you're the one jumping to conclusions about what I think. You're not one to talk.
Then prove me wrong and tell me what you were really thinking.
There wasn't anything mean about you, I promise.
I don't believe that for a second.
And it doesn't matter what the hell I tell you. You'll always doubt me.
They just both of them fed each other. Yeah, check it out. We get the second sword. Just put 2 swords on your back. It's easy. Just do it. Alright. Tutorial about Blazing Sword, I'm sure.
Just a minute.
Yo! Overworld hits? Oh! So if I hold my art button, I'll do Flame Edge, which... You can hold the button longer to burn your HP even more.
What are you?
Time to see what this blazing sword can truly do.
Go to hell! You're mine! Take this!
Oh, Swallow Blade. Wait. Aha! I can't do the... Yes, okay. Whoa! Oh, damn. Okay.
Not today! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Amazing.
Okay, so we have Fatal Strike. Like, we have Vesperia Fatal Strike.
Hey!
That's actually really rad. You can spend HP to elongate your combo.
Got it.
A hard-won victory.
Yeah, that's... We're too early for that, Master, but at some point we will get the This Ends Now that goes into that. Oh. Oh, it spends my cure. I guess because I have to heal the wound I'm taking to absorb that? Sure. That follows.
Sure.
We can cross through now.
Good. We're pressed for time.
Yeah.
I won't forgive you!
You're finished.
Mirage! Try this!
Here I go!
Mirage!
It's over!
Take this!
Mega Ray!
You're finished!
By the power of water!
Damn, okay.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize. Get lost!
Take this! You got spirit! Die! Rising Wyvern!
Freezing storm!
Mirage! Infernal Torrent! Rising Wyvern! Blue Escape!
Mega Ray!
Rising Wyvern!
By the power of water!
Try this!
Here's a
Swallow
healing
Blade! You're
First aid!
Die! You're mine! Demon Fang! Die! It's on! You're mine!
Flame of fury!
Demon Fang! You're mine! You're finished!
Freezing storm!
Take this! Try this! It's over!
Healing art!
Take this! You're finished! Demon Fang!
By the power of
Take
water!
this! Swallow Blade! Try this! Infernal Torrent!
Okay.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
So doing that a lot is going to spend our health over time. So I probably don't want to do that too much. I think I can do it with everything, but Swallow Blade is the one that it wants me to do it with.
Looks like there's still some soldiers inside the castle.
It's still less than it would usually be. The diversion must be working.
Everyone,
Having second thoughts?
No, I was just thinking about the blazing sword. Whenever I hold it, I feel wrong somehow.
Is relying on a sword from a Renin Master Core that repulsive?
It's not about that. It's just... It's hard to explain. It's like the sword is almost too strong.
I don't know what's got you so worried, but in case you forgot, that sword is the only reason we have a fighting chance against a Lord.
I know. You don't need to keep telling me.
Well, good. That said, the longer you use it, the more you get burned by it, too. We need to remember to patch you up quickly when that happens. A double-edged sword in every sense. Since you can't feel pain, you'll need to be careful, okay?
Are you actually worried about me?
Is that a problem? Look, I need you if I'm going to take out the Lords, and I can't have you dying on me before that happens. That's my only concern.
Right, here goes.
I think things are pretty quick to pick up on here, what's going on.
Try this. Inferno Torrent. You're mine. It's over. It's over. Great. Next. Demon Fang.
We've got our main character who can't feel pain. We've got
Work is done here.
Shion,
Let's move.
I'm
who
right behind you, Shion.
everyone who like touches her is like harmed by super lightning, and she can make a fire sword that only we can wield because we can't feel pain. Reminds me of I guess season 3 Thunderbolt, but
It's so hot. I can definitely believe they're harvesting fire astral energy out there.
Is it that bad?
I forgot. You can't feel the heat. I don't think I've been more jealous of anything in my life. Get lost!
Take this.
oh shit!
You're mine. You're finished. Take this. You're finished.
By the
power
of water!
Oh shit!
Rising Wyvern. Mirage.
Flame of fury! Burning
You're finished. You're mine.
by the power of water!
Damn it.
Oh shit!
Here I come. You're finished. You're mine.
Oh, you can see I'm building up the fatal meter.
Demon Fang. You're finished.
I was building up the combo for the fatal meter.
Well then, let's keep moving.
He said he felt itchy under his helmet once. That was specifically called out.
No choice. You're mine.
Where are you going?
You're finished. Rising Wyvern.
Hear me!
No
Flame of
escape.
fury! Burning
Mirage.
This is it!
Here I come.
Burning strike!
Strike. You're finished.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Hello, hello. So fashion has upsides and downsides this time around. The downside is it's very not adjustable, but the upside is that it has a lot better like look and physics to it, shadows and all that. So you win some, you lose some.
That equipment should come in handy.
Okay, yeah, like I can't adjust the size of these ears. But I can, but they look at the movement on them. Like the ears actually wiggle a little bit. Alright, so I need to go to the other side. really want an ambush button.
It's over. Rising Wyvern. Mirage. Take this.
A freezing storm!
Demon Fang.
Tornado! Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Okay, 16 for this wall. Bone fragment armor. Ah. Damn, not every armor has. Alright. Heading up here.
What's going on over there?
Are those armed soldiers ganging up on a kid?
They're attacking him. We have to save him.
You will kneel before our Lord!
We'll see about that. Here I go.
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Blue escape! Mirage! You're finished!
I'm only getting started.
You're mine! Demon Fang!
Goodbye. And kid.
Are you okay? What were you even doing here?
Working, most likely. Danon slaves that can't handle manual labor outdoors are put to work in the castles as servants. I'm surprised you didn't know.
The soldiers got really mad all of a sudden and everyone ran away. I was the only one that got caught.
I was wondering if this kid had a voice.
And it's good that we found you, but it's still not safe here. You need to get out of here before any more soldiers find you. Understand?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for saving me. Oh, here! You can have this!
Don't touch me.
You'll get blasted if you
I'm
do.
sorry. I only wanted to...
It's not your fault, kid. Don't sweat it. Can I take it instead?
Yeah.
Sure! It's the key to the elevator here. Will it help you guys at all?
Definitely. Thanks, kid. Now get going. And be careful on your way out. So, not too happy about a slave touching you, huh?
This isn't the time. We should keep moving.
Because he doesn't get electrocuted, he might. Savage key. Oh, shit. Ah. Ignis Celestria. Let's see what we got here. Lunar Blast. Yes, you can have that. You have toxicity too. Challenge perk. If you hold the button to throw a bomb, you'll fire special ammo at a bomb. Huh. So she has her own cool mechanics too.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Look at these nice wine glasses. That for some reason are like lit differently than everything else.
What the hell is that thing?
A spirit vessel. It's what the Renans use to harvest astral energy from Danans.
So that's where it all ends up, huh? Damn them.
The closest thing I can feel on the upgrade tree is that it's like Grace's.
You're mine.
You're on! Rising Wyvern!
By the power of water.
You're on!
Here I go.
Or, yeah, people have mentioned
Barely
the
a
7
blip
remake
on
as
our
well.
radar.
Scrap meat. Ooh, I'll take an orange gel. Those are actually big. Because, like, Grace has had everything tied to titles as well. That was a big part of Grace's. Wait, I see an owl. Wait.
Won't forgive you.
Now you'll learn.
Oh, that's not enough. You got Burning Strike going. You got... Oh, shit. Okay.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. I'll bring you back from death's...
All right, hold on. I'm
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation.
okay.
Here I come.
You're finished!
Here's a healer.
You're finished! Demon Fang!
Lunar blast.
You're mine! You're finished! Take this! You're finished!
A freezing
You're on!
storm.
This
Where
one's
are
all
you
mine.
going?
You're finished! Demon Fang!
Steering
Rising Wyvern! You're mine! It's over!
I'm out. I'm all stopped
You're
up.
mine!
By the power of water.
It's over!
Like, calling out how many ammo she has.
I'm pretty worn out.
Do you see an owl?
Want to rest up for a bit?
Alright, we'll grab more life bottles. Oh, we have life bottles too for resurrects. Suppose that's important.
This place looks damn near the same on the outside as it does on the inside. Nothing but fire and rocks.
5
I
left.
figured a Renan castle would at least be a little more elegant. Instead, it seems this one was very dedicated to a theme.
Is that your idea of a joke? Don't lump the rest of us in with someone like Balsef.
Then why does this place look so grungy?
Balsam sucks and everyone
I
hates him.
guess you could say that's just the majority of what he's into. He likes fire and he likes rocks. He's an egotistical brute without a single shred of class. He even makes everyone call him by his stupid nickname, the Wild Beast. I feel sorry for everyone who's stuck having to work beneath him.
Huh. Interesting.
Why?
I used to think all Renans were like him. Terrible people obsessed with their own superiority, who are only out to make us miserable. But now, Listening to you talk makes me realize that maybe there are some good ones too. Maybe there are a few of you that are different.
Listen, I don't know what kind of Renin you think I am, but I have no intention of getting friendly with you. We clear?
Crystal, believe me, I wasn't about to suggest we go hang out and have a drink after this, that's for sure. What are those things I sometimes see you chuck out in the middle of fights?
What? You mean my bombs?
Bombs? As in the things people use to clear out rocks? But I could have sworn I saw something other than fire burst from some of yours.
That's because these aren't ordinary bombs. They're specially made ones filled with astral energy.
Okay. And why do you shoot the bombs after you release them?
It's a part of my strategy. The effects of my bombs change when I fire bullets of a different astral element at them. It makes it difficult for enemies to predict what effect they'll have, or when they'll go off.
One moment you're using powerful bombs, the next you're using powerful healing items. They're kinda on the opposite ends of the spectrum, aren't they?
Rope?
Think of it this way. If you ever get caught up in the blast of one of my bombs and you manage not to die, I'll be able to heal you using my arts.
I'll do my best to not die then.
Okay. Anyway, we have an owl to go grab. What? What? What is the sound you're making?
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
I love the owls. Alright.
Guess this thing needs a different key to activate. What's this thing?
Oh, fuck.
Take this! It's over! Rising Wyvern! Damn it! Here I come! It's over! Got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Here I go!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Rising Wyvern! You're not done!
Okay. Whew. I thought that was gonna be worse, but
You're mine! It's over!
I like that we're in the fight arena that, like, we're literally in. Like,
Our work is done here.
like we're doing the Zestiria Berseria thing, but, like, works out. Alright, y'all.
Out of our way!
It's over! Ride it! You're mine! It's over!
Here, let me help!
You're mine!
Healing art!
Demon Fang!
Birthday!
It's over! Swallow Blade! Take this! Here I come! Demon Fang! You're finished! Rising Wyvern!
By the power of water!
Rising Wyvern! This one's all mine! It's all yours! Take this! It's over!
Alright, I'll just blast burn you.
Here I come!
Looks like we won.
Might as well use these apple gels. We'll have 15 of them. Oh, elevator key. Alright. Yeah, I'm feeling like the plan's gonna be we beat up Balsef, and then that'll be when we go ahead and take our break.
That's not your run-of-the-mill enemy.
Don't get careless.
You're mine! Don't tell me!
Shit, that's fightable. Yes, I plan on doing this for another, like, 5 hours or so after a break.
Try harder! Not a chance! I'm not done! Here I come! Mirage! Rising Wyvern! Here I come!
Ice tornado!
It's over!
Here,
You're
let me
mine!
help.
Rising Wyvern!
First aid!
Strike! You're mine! Try harder! My turn! I'm not done!
God, it's got health break points, too.
Try harder! Not a chance! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Rising Wyvern!
Mega Ray! Gemini Aqua!
Demon Fang! You're finished!
By the power of water!
Rising Wyvern!
Gemini
Mirage!
Aqua!
Try harder! My turn! I'm not done!
By the power of water!
Mirage!
I'm ready!
Here I come!
Okay, we got a call in.
I'm not done! Here I come! It's over! It's on! It's over! Demon Fang!
Flame of Fury!
Here I come! I'm not done!
Oh shit, oh, back off.
Mega Ray! By the power of water!
Here I come!
You can see its tail is its weak point.
Demon Fang!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Oh, that gets a health bar.
Searing Flame!
Strike! Ignite!
Reload! This one's mine!
You're mine! Slash! Try this!
Mega Ray!
Infernal Torrent!
Ray! Mega Ray!
Take
Gemini
this!
Aqua!
Okay.
It's over! That move!
You're mine! Here comes the big one!
Back into the fray! Here, let me help! First aid!
You're mine!
A freezing
You're finished!
storm! It's weakened!
Mirage! This ends now! Demon Fang! Here I come!
By the
You're
power
finished!
of water!
Here I come! Rising Water!
Okay, we're down to the final health bar.
It's over!
Searing
Mirage!
Flame! Reload!
So now it's killable.
Fury! Burning strike! Searing Flame!
Let's do the bounce.
I'm out! I'm all stuffed up!
Strike!
Searing
Demon
Flame!
Fang!
Reload! Here, let me help!
I owe you one!
Let the marksman handle this! Mega Ray! I'm almost impressed!
Demon
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Mirage!
Back off. Okay.
Burning strike!
Demon Fang!
We'll do demon fangs from a distance.
Freezing storm!
I'm not done! Rising Wyvern! Here I come! Now, while it's reeling,
This one's mine!
it's over! This one's all mine!
Here I go!
Here
Do
I
it!
come! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
All right. Astral Flower grants the owner, plus 10 max cure point. Okay. So when we fight bonus bosses, we get maximum, like, MP ups. And also a ton of SP for it.
You're quite the gunslinger.
Yeah,
Have
111.
to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
Rad. Well, that was a fun fight. I like that that fight had like mechanics. Like we had to hit the weak point. We're doing dodge bits. We're doing like there was a like it was cool. I liked that. We're low on points.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Whoa! Destruction!
It's over. Rising Wyvern. Next. Demon Fang.
Okay.
I need to be stronger.
Costs everything I have to open up this back room. Boosts fire and water
That equipment should
resistance.
come in handy.
You can have the garnet. This seems like a good place for fire resistance. Alright, let's eat a orange gel. Then we're gonna do the... for now.
Hey, about that elevator.
Yeah, I bet that garish-looking
Wonder where the really...
dispose of this trash.
Now you'll learn. It's over. You're mine. Try harder. No, you can't. I'm not done.
Oh my god, my combo is just going.
It's over. Rising Wyvern. Demon Fang. You're mine. You're finished. Rising Wyvern. Take that. It's over. You're mine. Take it. It's over.
Cool. Perfect auto looks like Dark Step, no more heroes.
Keep our
Yeah.
eyes on-
It's only one aerial move.
Prize.
Alright. Here we go. Finally, a boss fight. Yep. Alright.
This area seems different.
We're getting close. Balsif should be right up ahead.
That's what I figured. Time to introduce ourselves.
Inspecting a healing light fully heals everyone. Alright. So that's our the boss is ahead point. Got it.
Finally, it's time to face Balsif.
Speaking of Balsif, how much would you say you actually know about him?
What do you mean? He's just a lord that holds power over Calaglia, isn't he?
Just a lord? He is far more than that. Balsif Erwolzi Teldilis is one of the 5 lords that sit atop all of Renan society. Even without his Fire Master Core, fighting him won't be easy. I've seen that man butcher who knows how many Zugals, just to blow off some steam. With sheer brawn like his, he can knock you out with one hit, and it's practically suicide to go up against him when he has a weapon.
Got it. Watch out for his attacks.
That's only the beginning. You can't expect to beat him by attrition. First, we dodge, then look for an opening. Remember that.
Alright.
Sounds like our teamwork.
We're
is
gonna have to
really
actually
going
fight this one in a
test.
not.
Indeed.
Don't screw this up and get us both killed.
Okay, this will be interesting. But yeah, sounds like, especially saying without his Fire Master Core, like, did you steal it? Is that what we have, is Balsif's core? Alright. Let's go. Hold on, I need to get ready first. Let's go. All right, Elvis.
Don't move, Balsef!
So the vermin scum you call kin stirred up enough trouble for you two rats to make it all the way to me, huh? What a pain in the ass. Although, it was pretty impressive of you to deliver it straight into my hands. The Master Core.
You really think we're here to hand it over?
Why, of course not. You see, I'll be taking it back no matter what you say.
Chance. You!
In any case, this is the end for you. You won't be getting out of here alive. The two of you were fools for coming here. Now die!
Alright, level 15 Balsa.
Common thief believes she can usurp me? Don't make me laugh.
You can keep your accursed crown.
We're here to overthrow you and free the dead.
Spare me your weeping, slave!
There! Destruction! I'm only getting started.
Okay.
Take this! Demon Fang!
Searing
Let's
Flame!
try harder! My turn!
Reload!
No escape!
Searing Flame! Reload! I'm out of ammo.
You're
More
mine!
than sweet.
Demon Fang!
Out of my way!
Okay.
Water. Here, let me help. First aid!
He's like a brick wall.
But he's wide open when he's in the air. I'll shoot him out of the sky.
Make sure you don't miss.
Mirage! Here I come!
By the power of water! Gemini Aqua!
You're mine!
I never miss!
It's over!
It's too much.
Okay.
Here, let me help. First aid!
Shield, now!
Think again.
Okay, we've got action commands for knocking you out of the air. Okay.
We did it!
Just give it up, Balsef.
You're mine! Demon Fang!
Go! It's over!
It's over!
By the power of water!
Destruction!
Searing Flame!
You reckon you won't beat me?
Here I go!
Here I
It's
come.
over!
Stop trying to
By
resist!
the power of water!
Take this! Destruction!
Here I go! Come on, watch
Oh shit.
Mega Ray! By the power of water!
I'm just gonna eat a gel now.
This should do it!
Mega Ray!
Yep.
By the power of water!
Here I come!
Blazing storm!
Take this! Sword Blade! It's...
Ice tornado!
This is looking good.
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Okay.
First and ready! Searing Flame! There! One more!
Trying to get the perfect dodge, because those seems like a good way to get damage in. Also, destruction has the,
Here's a
okay,
healing
too
art.
late.
First aid! There! One more!
This should do it!
Mega Ray!
It's on! Crush! Rising
Mega
Wyvern!
Ray!
Yeah, you.
Not now, not ever.
Burn!
Freezing storm!
Swallow shield! It's you and me!
This ends now!
Okay.
Consider yourself finished!
I assume you've got to counter it getting half or something? Oh boy. Like if you're a lord, you're not falling to just this. Oh!
Alphen. Alphen.
Yeah!
Iron Mask. Balsaf's escaping. Come on.
He just has an escape staircase. Oh, yeah, okay, you can just absorb the fire astral energy for a fight.
Running from a slave, Balsaf?
Know your place, insolent boy. Up here, I've got more than enough space to crush you. This time your mask won't be the only thing that cracks.
Oh, that looks good. Just block bullets with an axe. Yeah, he's gonna use the fire. Oh! He's gonna summon Ifrit. You alright?
What the hell is that?
Ifrit's here, cool.
It's manifested astral energy. And not only that, it's alive!
Astral energy? From the spirit vessel? But wait, that was harvested.
Ifrit was summoned. Perhaps he did not do it.
Supposed to be mine. It was the two of you. I knew it all along. And you'll pay!
Fire Avatar and Balsa.
Look what you did!
Without your spirit vessel, or your master core, you're nothing!
Shield, watch out!
Oh boy!
That thing's huge!
Don't let it trap you in its flames!
There goes a punch.
Hear me, flame of fury!
Take this!
I'm only getting searing flames! Reload! That monster's attacking! Look out!
You're mine! Slash! Try harder! No, not spirit.
Oh shit! Okay. That was on me. I had the go in, so I went for it. I absolutely should not have gone in. Okay. I'm not fighting the fire, dude.
You're finished! I owe you one. Mirage!
A freezing storm!
Take this!
Ice tornado!
Yo, that fire monster's getting ready to attack!
What? That's a big brick.
Flame, reload! Searing flame, reload! I'm out of ammo, I'm all stopped up!
It's over!
Mega ray! By the that fire monster's causing us a lot of trouble!
Let me take a crack at it!
Burning? Ready?
Here it comes!
Right, we have a fire blade.
Down you go!
You really don't mess around!
Now, while he's down! You're mine! It's over!
Here's a healing arc! First
I owe you one! Swallow blade!
freezing
Try harder! My
You wretches won't beat me!
Mirage! I'm not done! Try harder! Here I come!
Damn flame!
Eat this!
This one's mine!
Take this!
Here, let me help!
You're finished!
First aid!
Destruction!
Okay, we're almost at Balsef down.
Only get searing flame! Reload!
No escape!
I want to kill Balsef before.
Trouble now.
Watch out! We need to stop him!
Take this! Wall blade! Destruction! Crush!
Here I go! It's over!
Take this! Destruction! You're finished! You're finished!
There we go.
Consider yourself finished!
Yeah.
Why? Do you not possess the blood of a Renin? Why then would you turn against your own kind? It's always been the way of the Renin for the strongest to survive. And yet, you have allied yourself with a filthy Danon. You traitor! Tell me why. Why bring ruin and devastation to your own kind? Snakes like you should die!
Yeah. Just feed him to Ifrit.
A monster made up of astral energy? How do we even...
If the sword is made of astral energy as well, maybe...
Yeah, we absorb it. And then we get a summon. That makes sense. This has been a really cool fight, by the way. I'm dead.
Zephyr was right. We did it. We brought down the wall.
Iron Mask. Your face is exposed.
No. Name. My name is... Alvin!
Oh! Opening. Alright. I'm super excited to get to meet the rest of our playable cast, and even like looks like we have a rival with a water blade and like or maybe ice, I don't know, and then like, you know, all sorts of stuff.
I see. Flames.
Dear
My
flame.
name is Alphen. Where am I? What happened? The rage surging within me, fueling the sword. Where did it come from? This twisting fear that clings to me, holding me in check. The melancholic voice calling out to me. Who am I? Who was I?
Oh yeah, it came out yesterday, Son of Ozu. Like yesterday / today, like depending on where your region.
This is...
I can't believe Zephyr's not dead.
Wakey, wakey, sunshine.
I thought Zephyr was
About
gonna
time,
die
too.
for sure.
a week? You mean that whole time I was...
Out cold? Yeah. Just as well, too. When you blacked out, you were on your way to becoming a pile of ash. Shion's the reason you're still here.
Shion, you healed me?
In case you'd forgotten, we've still got 4 lords to defeat. You dying would have only slowed things down.
What about Balsef's troops?
We've got him on the ropes. While you've been getting your beauty sleep, most of the remaining Renans have either surrendered or fled. You slaying Balsef was the catalyst we'd been waiting for. Thanks to you, Calaglia is finally free. You have my gratitude.
Well, there's 5 lords. We just killed
Couldn't
one
have done it
already.
without you.
You know.
I just did what anyone would have done.
Iron Man... Forgive me. Alphen. It's good to finally see who I'm speaking to. Half of him, anyway. So, feel like telling us who you used to be?
I wish I could.
Memory's still giving you grief, eh? I see. Still, no sense in beating yourself up. You've remembered your name. The rest will come in time.
So, what happens now?
No, just everything. The realm may be liberated, but we're still destitute. You name it, anything and everything starts from scratch. But enough of that. You've just woken up. You should get a sense of the scale of what you've accomplished. Head over to the Gates of Fire and take a look at the view. It's a sight too many Danans died only ever seeing in their dreams.
The Gates of Fire.
I'll be your chaperone. Last thing we need is you tripping on a pebble and missing another week.
Remind me to laugh next time.
Alphen can eat a burger. Okay, we got a new title. Ooh, faster AG recovery. That's actually a really good one. Yo, hold on. Perfect guard gives you... Ooh. So it says perfect guard. We don't have guarding yet on... Oh, hold on. That's extremely the buy. Okay, boost attacks. Looks like we've got some more that we know are coming. Weapon types forged. Okay. Oh, we got like a level and a half for that. Wait, that says score, not grade. We haven't been getting grade? Wow. Wow. All right, also, you can see now on this screen, our faces revealed. Oh, I can't put the full iron mask back on. I thought for sure it would be in here. Hold on. Okay. That means you have to give it up, though, and that means you get the monocle back. Yeah, it's the haircut. Okay. All right. I think we've got like 10 or so minutes before, we have a little while before I want to finish up. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna claim. Now that we've hit this far, we can hit the DLC stuff. Like, we don't know who these four are, so we can't get their buddies yet. I'm super excited to get to meet them. Like, you know, they have a thing that's a ceremonial owl garb. Or, like, look, all four of them look pretty rad in their own different ways. Like, it looks like we had, like, Alpha Noble who likes owls, person who wants to be punching all the time, super, like, buff, like, armor lady, and, like, our cool spear person here. So. Oh, I can grab these, but whatever. Okay, school life. Oh, I shouldn't have grabbed that one. That was the... That's fine, we'll have one extra for the... And then the Warring States pack. We get samurai armor and a samurai knot. Oh, wow, I can just have a bunch of SP if I want it to. Nah, I'll let the balance stay the way it should be. Yeah, there's a bunch of SP down here. Alright. New skill panels open up. Veteran Samurai. Straight-laced Schoolboy. And then Shion gets Scarlet Battle Maiden. And the new girl in class. Okay. Ray. So these don't seem to be huge. Like the all the secondaries that you learn aren't really that big. It's the abilities that are from them that are like things. So, because this is just like increased boost gauge, you know, it's not like unique effects, you know, increased ailment rate. Whereas like down here we have like, you know, art cast resilience or max AG gauge. All right, now for the more important bit. Oh. All right, hold on. I gotta take off the bandage. So samurai knot. Okay, it's good. That's a better hair than the peach hair. Ah! All right. Dino, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it. Oh my god. Okay, you get a Shion buddy. That means you get an Elfin buddy. Okay. Color schemes on this seem almost referential, like a Sheena one on that on the second one. Hold on, I'll change pose. Yeah, let's get into that one. These are all pre-order stuff for buying the Ultimate Edition. I decided to buy them because I wanted a bunch of fashion available to myself. No pants on that one. All right. It's like a reference outfit. Said it was a crossover. I'm not familiar with this one. What's going with you? Code Vein? Okay. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The sniper's nest. And the ears on top. The ears are that long. Yeah, let's go with this for now. That sounds good. And then let me check the quick in the DLCs. The premium costume pack. Comes with the buddies. Travel pack. Okay. Nope. Nope. No, this has just got the SP. Okay. This is not, this is irrelevant to me. Cool, I can make a character invincible by giving them 5 million sages and stuff. No thanks. Alright, we'll get the buddies as we get more characters. These probably aren't bad. But how tall can you make her? That's like that one is specifically, I think, the pre-order bonus. I don't think you can, I don't know if that one just comes, like, that's just literally pre-ordering the game. If I remember right. Yeah, we'll go with the New World Trailblazer for now. Oh, it wasn't a pre-order? Oh, Alright, and then weapons. Wait, is that an actual weapon? Oh dear, that's an actual weapon. I'll pass on that. That seems like a way too big of a boost at the Mo. However, it doesn't stop me from using it. The last element is the element of surprise. Yeah, we use them as weapon skins. I just don't have to use them. So, this is just a carbine? Probably. Nothing an artifact. Oh, we got our little Zoogle. Yeah, it's exact stats. Item drops. Owner of the Firemaster Core. He's extremely Elvis. And then Fire Avatar, which is definitely not Ifrit. Look at that million offense. Then there's the Mantis. Look at the difference here. Oh, you know. Just a few numbers. Has a elemental weakness. That means it's easy, right? Oh. JRPG needs fishing. Total livestock. These are the previews you're getting here. $320 skits. Here we can look up all the terms. They used to be called the Twin Worlds. Back when they were cool with each other. The Umbral Ice has to be the next. No, I think Water's got to be the next one. Specifically because the guarded accessory we got gave us water immunity or stuff, water resistance too. Thorns. Ah, yes. A master core exists for each element: earth, water, fire, wind, and light. Which, Yep, that's all of them. So. Alright, anyway. Oh. Bad, I guess, sort of poor timing, County Kittens. We are just finishing up. But we've been, you know, having a good time setting up fashion for our pair of characters. I'm really happy with the hat. The hat's my favorite thing so far by a mile. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, that's going to be it for now. We're going to go ahead and take a break. It's going to be a couple hours. I do have another thing I'm doing today for dinner. So I'll be back around 7:30, let's say. 7:30, and then we're going to go for another, like, 4 or 5 hours. So it's going to be, as I said, today is, like, a ton of, you know, a ton of stuff going on. Oh, wow, yeah, water damage, 50%. 2 title lists. So, anyway. So yeah, everybody take a break. Go ahead and it'll be a good time. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining. This has been a blast. I'm glad we got through the prologue. That's a good chunk for one moment. For those watching this on the VOD, this chunk and the next one are the first set, and then on every Friday we're gonna be continuing Tales in kind of a lengthy stream fashion, because I want to get through this game that I'm super excited for. So it's going to be Fridays. It won't start at noon on Fridays, because that doesn't work. It'll start more at the normal time, but it'll go long. So, like, expect, like, a 4 or 5 hour session rather than a 2 hour session on Fridays. So, anyway. So, yeah. I will catch you in a couple hours. So, see you on the other side. Hope you'll join me there as well. Thank you all for joining. Catch you in a little bit.